Chapter 1336. What should we do then? Gooey Goozy asked after taking a deep breath. The lifeless soul was indeed tempting to Yang Chuan and Gooey Goozy. More importantly, it would increase their comprehension by more than 200 times. More than 200 times? This would depend on one's fate. However, 200 times was enough to drive countless cultivators crazy. For example, when Yang Chuan deduced the heavenly Tao in the past, if his comprehension was 200 times higher, his speed would be 200 times faster. No, it might even be more than that. After all, the stacking of comprehension was extremely terrifying. The ghost fire smiled faintly and said, "In the battle between me and the skeleton, at most, 2 birth charts will overlap and clash with each other. The skeleton's helper should be someone with an extremely powerful birth chart. However, there are 2 of you with the same birth charts. With the stacking of your birth charts, your strength will be more than twice that of a single person. What should we do?" Yang Chuan asked in a deep voice. These 4 reincarnation cycles are used to unleash the power of your birth charts. At that time, I'll stand in front while Gooey Goozy stands behind me. You can place your finger on my back, and I'll naturally absorb your birth chart power. Yang Chuan, don't move for the time being. When the time is right, you can place your finger on my back, and I'll absorb your birth chart power. The ghost fire said confidently. Yang Chuan and Gooey Goozy looked at each other in confusion. Absorbing birth chart power? This was the first time they heard of such a thing. All right. The duo nodded without hesitation. Just as the duo nodded, boom, a loud noise suddenly rang in the dark distance. Just like Yang Chuan and the others, 4 huge reincarnation cycles that connected heaven and earth appeared in the distance. The reincarnation cycles converged toward the center of the reincarnation cycle. A blue egg-shaped transparent space floated in the center of the 4 reincarnation cycles. The 2 sides looked exactly the same. Ha ha ha, Ghostfire, you actually arrived first. Alright, but what kind of person did you find? It's you. Ghostfire, you really know how to find people. Ha ha ha, the 2 of you at the entrance of the reincarnation cycle were so weak. How can you rely on one of them? Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. A maniacal laughter rang from the giant egg in the distance. It was a blue humanoid skeleton standing in the giant egg, laughing loudly. Behind the skeleton, there was a black-robed man. What are you so proud of when the outcome of the battle has not been decided yet? Who are you looking for? The grave will-o'-the-wisp shouted. The skeleton, which was the skeleton of the tomb, said confidently, "I'm afraid I'll scare you to death if I tell you. Come, let's begin. This time, the treasures of the seniors are much more important than the previous ones. No, it's one of the 3 most important treasures of senior. Come, it's mine." That's fine too. The grave will-o'-the-wisp said coldly. The 2 of them had no desire to continue bickering. Suddenly, their bodies were enveloped in golden light, and the 2 of them stretched out a finger. Swish! A diamond-shaped golden light pillar emerged from each of his fingers and collided with each other. Boom! The 2 pillars of golden light collided with a loud bang. In the darkness, endless golden light suddenly burst forth. But the darkness was too thick, and most of the light disappeared instantly. The 2 golden lights collided, creating a huge rhombus-shaped collision node. Will-o'-the-wisp, our strength is about the same. It's meaningless for us to be in a stalemate. Let's begin, the grave will-o'-the-wisp said. All right. The grave will-o'-the-wisp nodded. Gooey Goozy. The grave will-o'-the-wisp called out. Gooey Goozy stepped forward and pointed at the grave will-o'-the-wisp's back. In just a blink of an eye, the grave will-o'-the-wisp's golden light shrouded Gooey Goozy. Heavenly Dipper, we're in trouble, the grave will-o'-the-wisp said to the black-robed man. No problem. The black-robed man smiled. Then, he pointed at the grave will-o'-the-wisp's back. Heavenly Dipper? Yang Chuan's eyes widened in shock. Even Gooey Goozy was shocked. Perhaps it's someone with the same name, Yang Chuan said after taking a deep breath. After adding the power of their respective birth charts, the grave will-o'-the-wisp and the grave will-o'-the-wisp's golden light shone several times brighter. Boom! Another huge collision occurred in the darkness. What a coincidence, the person you're looking for is also a geomancer. The skeleton said confidently. The feng shui master is not important. What's important is that I can defeat you, Ghostfire said coldly. Roar. Grave Ghostfire said in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, his birth chart power seemed to burn as a ring of golden flames surrounded the golden light on his finger. Rumble. The node at the center of the collision slowly moved toward the tomb. It was as if the will-o'-the-wisp had gained the upper hand. Rumble. The skeleton didn't panic in the slightest. Instead, it sneered and said, "Is that all?" The grave will-o'-the-wisp looked coldly at the other side and ignored it. "Big Dipper, let go of me. Don't be so wary of me. Who can hurt you?" Grave Phosphor Skeleton laughed. The black-robed man smiled and said, "All right, I'm a little traumatized from last time. You can use my birth chart power." Boom. The power of the grave phosphorus bone suddenly increased by more than 10 times. The golden light pillar at its fingertip also became thicker. Endless golden flames rushed towards the node like a waterfall. Boom. In just a blink of an eye, the node stopped moving toward the grave phosphorus bone. Instead, it trembled as it slowly moved back. So much power. This birth chart power. Wait. The grave will-o'-the-wisp's expression changed drastically. Ha ha ha. Don't you think it's too late? The grave phosphorus bone said smugly. Big Dipper. Big Dipper. It's you, a transcender? A transcender who's at the 14th heaven of the ancestral immortal realm? Yang Chuan and Gui Gu's expressions darkened as well. There are a total of 3 transcenders in the 4 realms. Big Dipper. Is it really Big Dipper? Is he the first transcender? The one who transcended from the great vile world? Gui Guzi asked in a deep voice. Let's see how you're going to break the birth chart of a transcender, Grave Will-o'-the-Wisp. Unless you find one of the other 2 transcenders. Unfortunately, it's too late. The outcome will be decided soon, the grave phosphorus bone said smugly. Yang Chuan. The grave will-o'-the-wisp cried out. Oh. You want to switch people midway? It's useless even if you switch people. As soon as Gui Guzi disconnects from you, I'll be able to defeat you instantly. The grave phosphorus bone said smugly. The grave will-o'-the-wisp ignored the grave phosphorus bone. Then, Yang Chuan placed his finger on the grave will-o'-the-wisp's back. Boom. A golden light shrouded Yang Chuan's body. The grave will-o'-the-wisp's attack skyrocketed. In just an instant, it was comparable to the grave phosphorus bone's attack. What? Impossible. The 72 paths of reincarnation are monitoring our battle. How can you cheat? 3 birth charts? That's impossible. The grave phosphorus bone exclaimed. A ferocious expression appeared on the grave will-o'-the-wisp's face. Boom. The point of impact slowly moved toward the grave phosphorus bone. How can this be? Grave will-o'-the-wisp, you're cheating. You're cheating. The grave phosphorus bone exclaimed. Cheating? Let me destroy them. Big Dipper said coldly. Ha ha ha. Big Dipper, can't you see it? The grave will-o'-the-wisp said smugly. The grave phosphorus bone said gloomily, it's useless. You might think we're close to each other, but this is just an illusion. We're in the great evil world, and they're in the first world. No matter how strong you are, you won't be able to touch them. Rumble. The point of impact shot toward the grave phosphorus bone. More and more golden light appeared. The grave will-o'-the-wisp and the grave phosphorus bone struggled as they clashed with each other with all their might. Similarly, Yang Chuan and Gui Guzi felt weak as well. After all, the consumption of their birth charts was the greatest. Both of them instinctively wanted to give up. However, even though victory was in sight, both of them still tried their best to persevere. Boom. 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 A series of explosions sounded from the point of impact. It did not take long for the grave phosphorus bone to reach the grave phosphorus bone. I understand now. Grave will-o'-the-wisp, you're so insidious. You found 2 people with the same birth chart. You found 2 people with the same birth chart. The grave phosphorus bone shouted gloomily. Break. The grave phosphorus bone shouted. Boom. The egg in the distance suddenly exploded. I'll be back. Grave Will-o'-the-Wisp, you insidious scoundrel. I'm not done with you. Roar. The grave phosphorus bone's skeleton body exploded. Following that, the grave phosphorus bone's soul entered the samsara wheel. When the egg exploded, Big Dipper and the 4 samsara wheels slowly disappeared. The grave phosphorus bone had won. Yang Chuan, Gooey Goozy, and the grave phosphorus bone fell to the ground. They were panting heavily. This kind of consumption is too tiring, Gooey Goozy said with a sigh. Haha. Thank you, both of you. We won in the end. The grave phosphorus bone said with a smile. The grave phosphorus bone's battle is really simple, Yang Chuan said, somewhat speechless. Initially, they thought they would have to fight until the end. They did not expect that in the end, they would just stand there and shoot at each other. The outcome was decided in a blink of an eye. This was too simple. Haha, it's simple, but it's extremely dangerous. I'm sorry, I didn't explain it to you clearly. Once you fail, you'll fall into the cycle of reincarnation. To my grave clan, falling into the cycle of reincarnation is an enjoyable experience, but to others, it'll be a great loss. Of course, the Transcendents are an exception. Heavenly Dipper will definitely be fine. Naturally, Big Dipper will be fine. Yang Chuan. Gooey Goozy. I knew it wouldn't be a good thing to meet you, Yang Chuan said with a smile. I was also worried. I was afraid that if I explained things too clearly, both of you wouldn't agree. If that happened, wouldn't I lose? It's all in the past now. The most important thing is that we won. Both of you, please forgive us. Naturally, the harvest is also huge. Both of you, take a look at our spoils of war, the grave phosphorus bone said with an apologetic smile. Then, the ghost fire solemnly bowed to the 4 paths of reincarnation. Grave Ghost Flame of the Grave Clan pays his respects to Senior. Senior, Grave Ghost Flame has passed all 16 stages. Just now, in the 16th stage, I even defeated the competitors according to Senior's will. I humbly request Senior to bestow upon me. Grave Ghost Flame respectfully bowed. Boom. A void crack suddenly appeared in front of the 3 of them. Within the crack was a small space. There was a black box. Thank you, Senior. Senior is righteous. Us juniors will definitely fulfill Senior's final wish. We will fight for the survival of the world, and do our best to ensure the survival of the world. The Grave Ghost Flame took a deep breath and said. Then, he took out the box. Boom. The spatial crack disappeared. Chapter 1337. Yang Chuan, Gooey Goozy, and Grave Will-o'-the-Wisp sat on the ground in exhaustion, but all 3 of them stared at the black box. The inheritance of the Senior is inside, Grave Will-o'-the-Wisp said with a smile. Grave Will-o'-the-Wisp slowly opened the box. Clang. The box opened, and 3 transparent bottles were placed inside. There seemed to be a viscous liquid in the bottles. The bottle in the middle was golden, and the 2 on the sides were silver-white. There was a label on each bottle. The label on the silver-white bottle read, Lifeless soul, the purest soul, can be refined into a doppelganger. The doppelganger will listen to the orders of the main body, but its consciousness is different from the main body. All the emotions and emotions of the doppelganger will be converted into rationality and comprehension. Yang Chuan and Gooey Goozy looked at each other, and then looked at Grave Will-o'-the-Wisp speechlessly. Mr. Grave, what's going on? Didn't you say that it was 200 times more comprehension? More than that. More than 200 times? Gooey Goozy was speechless. This was completely different from what Grave Will-o'-the-Wisp said. Wasn't this too unreliable? Grave Will-o'-the-Wisp suddenly felt awkward. Ah! Ha ha ha, I also heard about it, that's all. This is also my first time coming into contact with lifeless souls. Yang Chuan. Gooey Goozy, 200 times comprehension, looks like it's all for naught. Grave Will-o'-the-Wisp was exaggerating. Forget it, this doppelganger is still a little strange. It has no emotions, only rationality and comprehension. This is also my first time coming into contact with it. Yang Chuan took a deep breath and said. Yes, if the 2 of you have more emotions, you'll be able to transform more. Grave Will-o'-the-Wisp immediately tried to salvage the situation. Yang Chuan and Gui Guzi looked at each other helplessly. The label on the golden bottle read, "In the golden bottle, there's also a lifeless soul, but there's also some of my inheritance. I hope you can use it well." The inheritance of the senior who transformed into reincarnation? Gui Guzi and Yang Chuan's eyes lit up. However, they only sighed for a moment, and did not have any ideas about the golden bottle. "Gentlemen, I'll take a golden bottle, and each of you will take a silver bottle," the grave will-o-wisp said apologetically. "All right." Yang Chuan and Gui Guzi smiled bitterly. "The two of you, it's true that I didn't inform you beforehand. I'm very sorry. I'll apologize again in the future. Here, take this jade talisman. The two of you can return after crushing it." "I'll take my leave first," the grave said, embarrassed. "All right." The two of them nodded. Grabbing the golden bottle, the Ghostfire stepped forward and jumped into one of the reincarnations, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Reincarnation? Yang Chuan and Gui Guzi frowned as they looked at the reincarnation. Gi Guzi looked at the Four Paths reincarnation around him and his brows locked tightly. After a while, he said, "Saint King, I have an idea." "Oh." "This subject wishes to save Dark Gui Guzi," Gui Guzi said solemnly. "Save?" "Yes, Dark Gui Guzi. In the past, this subject misunderstood and formed a dark side. After the heart refinement of 10,000 tendrils, Dark Gui Guzi no longer resents Saint King. This resentment is fading away until it completely disappears. However, there is still a trace of him left, and this subject wishes to save him. What do you want to do?" Yang Chuan asked curiously. "He has all my thoughts, and is even more unscrupulous than I am. He's the incarnation of the dark devil. However, after the heart refinement of 10,000 tendrils, he will no longer be a threat to me or great perfection. I wish to send him into one of the reincarnations. Send him to the great evil world or the great good world?" Yang Chuan asked solemnly. "Yes, use the life-usurping derivation art to turn him into one of the two worlds. I only know the first world and the great thousand worlds reincarnations. This subject does not know the other two worlds. It's either great evil or great good. This subject wishes to bury a chess piece for great perfection's future." Yang Chuan took a deep breath as he looked at Gui Guzi. In the end, he nodded and said, "All right. This subject wishes to ask the Saint King for something for Dark Gui Guzi." Gui Guzi said solemnly. "You mean the metal beast?" Yang Chuan asked in a low voice. "Yes, the metal beast. The metal beast's divine power is boundless. I know that the Saint King has great use for it, but..." Gui Guzi frowned. Bang! Yang Chuan flipped his hand and took out a heaven-burying coffin. A silver humanoid metal figure poured out from the coffin. "This subject trusts, sir." Yang Chuan nodded. "Yes. Restore yourself to your best condition first," Yang Chuan said in a low voice. Gui Guzi nodded. The two sat cross-legged for a month. A month later, they both recovered to their peak condition. A month later, Yang Chuan looked at Gui Guzi. It was Gi Guzi's body that was slowly emitting black smoke. "I'm not dead yet. Keikakik, Gui Guzi, you didn't let me die?" Evil Gui Guzi's voice came from the black energy. The black energy slowly flew out and entered the metal beast's body. The metal beast's consciousness had been destroyed by Yang Chuan, so Dark Gui Guzi happened to take over its body. His originally silver body gradually turned black. Dark Gui Guzi's evil devouring power was too strong. Boom! Gui Guzi's body trembled. He was completely separated from Dark Gui Guzi. Crack, 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 crack. The metal beast slowly twisted its body. Its original metal body suddenly melted into a mercury-like liquid metal. Slowly, the liquid metal turned into Gui Guzi's appearance. Dark Gui Guzi, the metal beast's body. Ha ha ha, such a strong physical body, so strong. Dark Gui Guzi shouted excitedly. Then, Dark Gui Guzi looked at the two. When he saw Yang Chuan, Dark Gui Guzi raised his eyebrows. His former resentment was gone, and he no longer looked at Yang Chuan with hostility. "Yang Chuan, you are Master's successor. Don't let him down." "Bai Yi, I misunderstood him back then. He is a man. Dark Gooey Goozy said solemnly. Don't worry, Marshal Uncle. I won't let Grandpa down. And one day, I will avenge Grandpa. Yang Chuan nodded. Avenge Master? No matter who it is, no one will live. Dark Gooey Goozy's eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light. The three nodded. Looking at the two, Dark Gooey Goozy took a deep breath and said, everything depends on luck. We will meet again when the four realms become one. Take care. Yang Chuan said solemnly. Take care. Gooey Goozy also said solemnly. Nodding, Dark Gooey Goozy looked at the four reincarnation tunnels and stepped into one. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Dark Gooey Goozy was sucked into the reincarnation tunnel. Yang Chuan and Gooey Goozy were silent for a while. Let's begin. Refine. Yang Chuan said. Millimeter. Gooey Goozy nodded. The two took out a silver bottle each. Opening the bottle cap, they opened their mouths and sucked inside. Whoosh. The lifeless souls inside were sucked into their bodies. The two sat down cross-legged again. They closed their eyes and began to refine. This refinement took another 3 months. 3 months later, Yang Chuan and Gooey Goozy opened their eyes one after the other. A white halo was emitting from their bodies. They stood up and remained motionless. Half an incense stick's time later, the halo on their bodies separated from the surface. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 white-robed men suddenly appeared beside the two. They still looked like Yang Chuan and Gooey Goozy. Their faces were expressionless and cold. However, his pupils were completely silver. A pair of silver pupils. Greetings, fellow cultivator. Silver-eyed Gooey Goozy bowed slightly to Gooey Goozy. Greetings, fellow cultivator. Silver-eyed Yang Chuan also bowed slightly to Yang Chuan. Yang Chuan and Gooey Goozy looked at the two in confusion. Looking at the pair of silver pupils, they felt like they were being seen through. What can you see? Gooey Goozy asked in a low voice. Particles. Silver-eyed Gooey Goozy said in a low voice. Particles? Do you see me as countless particles too? Gooey Goozy asked in surprise. Yes, everything is particles. In my eyes, they are all particles. It's just that their arrangement is different. Silver-eyed Gooey Goozy said solemnly. Yang Chuan looked at silver-eyed Gooey Goozy. Silver-eyed Yang Chuan also nodded. Countless small particles, surrounded by countless smaller particles. What about the others? What about the 4 reincarnations? Gooey Goozy asked. It's also a special kind of particle, a special arrangement. If I have enough time, I can understand the arrangement of all the particles. I can arrange the reincarnations again, but it'll take a lot of time, Silver-eyed Gooey Goozy said in a low voice. Silver-eyed Yang Chuan also nodded. Yang Chuan and Gooey Goozy looked at each other. At this moment, they were no longer disappointed. These two bodies were too crazy. Everything in the world could be seen as the arrangement of different particles. I want to go into seclusion to understand these particles, Silver-eyed Gooey Goozy said in a low voice. I want to go into seclusion to understand all the arrangements of all the particles, Silver-eyed Yang Chuan said in a low voice. Yang Chuan and Gooey Goozy looked at each other with joy in their eyes. Clang. Yang Chuan took out the sky-burying coffin. Let's go back to Diasian first. I'll arrange everything, Yang Chuan said solemnly. Okay. Both of them answered. Silver-eyed Yang Chuan and Silver-eyed Gooey Goozy stepped into the coffin. They quickly teleported back to the Great Qin City in the Netherworld. In the upper study, zombie Yang Chuan looked at the two of them. Look at me. Am I also countless particles? Zombie Yang Chuan asked. Yes, everything in the world is formed by the arrangement of particles. Silver-eyed Yang Chuan nodded. Zombie Yang Chuan nodded and said, I've already arranged for Lu Buwei and Li Sai. We'll set up the Heaven and Earth Pavilions. The Heaven Pavilion will be in Xianyang City in the Yang Realm, while the Earth Pavilion will be in the Great Qin City in the Netherworld. My doppelganger will be in the Heaven Pavilion, while Gooey Goozy's doppelganger will be in the Earth Pavilion. There will be no fate to watch over us. We'll each comprehend the heaven and earth, sentient beings, heavenly Tao, fate, or fate. Okay. Both of them nodded. At this point, Diazhen suddenly had two more special places. Yang Chuan didn't tell anyone. Even Lu Buwei and Li Sai didn't know what was in the Heaven Pavilion and Earth Pavilion. In any case, there was only one rule. No one was allowed to go near them. Those who did would be punished for treason. From this moment on, the Heaven Pavilion and Earth Pavilion were the #1 forbidden areas in Diazhen. Yang Chuan personally set up formations outside. Meow, Yang Chuan, what's in the Heaven Pavilion and Earth Pavilion? Why can't I go there? Meow ran over to Yang Chuan and asked coquettishly. Chapter 1338. Netherworld, Great Qin City. In the study room. A sky-burying coffin was placed at the entrance of the study room. Wang Jian stepped out from inside. Sage King, Tongtian is fighting against the 9 sages of the Yang realm. The 9 sages are fighting. Wang Jian said solemnly. 9 sages? Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. Other than Palace Master Ju, Wu Tian, Shimen, Tian Jizi, Gong Yangzi, Dongfang Bubai, Yuan Tiangang, and 100 Evil Demon, the 9th sage of the Yang realm has also appeared. His aura is soaring, and he is exuding boundless nobility, Wang Jian said solemnly. Oh! This person is wearing a purple robe. Even the light of the sages can't hide his nobility. The sages usually have a layer of mist covering their faces, but he doesn't. It's as if he doesn't care about such a noble identity. His purple aura soared into the sky. A group of sages stood together. This person's aura overshadowed everyone else. Wang Jian said solemnly. Everyone? Including Dongfang Bubai? Yang Chuan said solemnly. Yes. Perhaps the two of them have different styles. Dongfang Bubai doesn't fight because he's reserved. When he fights, he shines brightly. Right now, the 9 sages are besieging Tongtian. Dongfang Bubai rarely fights, and the 9th sage is the same. Because the two of them didn't use any weapons or treasures. It's as if they're just watching Tongtian and cooperating with the other sages with their special abilities. Wang Jian said solemnly. Purple aura soaring into the sky. Indescribably noble. Have you heard his name? Yang Chuan asked in a deep voice. Yes, he's called Purple Star. Wang Jian said. Purple Star? Yang Chuan's face darkened. This name was too special, especially for the emperors of the world. There was a star in the sky called the North Star, also known as the Lord of Numbers, the Purple Star. It was the name of the emperors of the world. This person was named Purple Star. Does anyone know his origin? Yang Chuan asked in a deep voice. No. Liu Gang has sent guards to investigate outside the Tongtian Sea, but none of the experts in the world know Purple Star. It's as if he came out of nowhere. Wang Jian said. Where's Tongtian? Yang Chuan looked at Wang Jian and asked. The sect leader of Tongtian is very strange this time. Against the 9 saints, he only used one sword, the Immortal slaying sword. As for the other 3 swords, they were abandoned. Wang Jian said solemnly. Only one strike. He didn't even use the Immortal slaying sword formation. Yang Chuan's eyes narrowed. Yes, the Tongtian sect leader's swordsmanship is indeed surging. No one dared to get close to him. Wherever the sword chi passed, countless sword-shaped trenches were formed on the ground. Anyone who got close to it was killed by the sword chi of the Immortal slaying sword. The 9 sages joined forces, but they still could not do anything to him. Of course, Dongfang Bubai and Ziwei did not use their full strength. Wang Jian described. Go. Yang Chuan nodded. Wang Jian stepped into the sky-burying coffin, and at the same time, a person stepped out of the coffin. Meng Tian, Holy King, the battle is about to end. Meng Tian said immediately. Oh! The 9 sages each mobilized the power of heaven and earth. The sky darkened, and lightning flashed. 27,000 heavenly path phantoms merged into one, forming a giant heavenly path formation that pressed down on the Tongtian sect leader. The entire Tongtian territory is shaking, Meng Tian said. The Tongtian sect leader alone withstood 27,000 heavenly path phantoms. Yang Chuan said in a low voice. Yes. Although these are the heavenly path phantoms used by the sages, Their power was enough to destroy countless onlookers. 4 huge cracks spread out from the Azure Palace in all directions. The Tongtian sect leader is trapped in them, and he can't move. Meng Tian said. He can't move. Yang Chuan said solemnly. Yes. However, the Tongtian sect leader did not use the other 3 swords. He used the Immortal slaying sword to withstand 27,000 heavenly path phantoms with a ferocious expression. The combined power of the sages is about to destroy the Tongtian sect leader, Meng Tian said in a low voice. He can't move. No, the Tongtian sect leader is pushing his limits. He wants to use the combined power of the sages to suppress his breakthrough. Go, I understand. Yang Chuan said in a low voice. Yes. Meng Tian nodded and stepped into the sky-burying coffin again. At the same time, Yang Chuan and Guiguzi sat cross-legged at the center of the 4 reincarnation formations and slowly opened their eyes. The Tongtian sect war is about to end. It's time to go back and watch it, Yang Chuan said in a low voice. Yes. Guiguzi nodded. Yang Chuan reached out and crushed the jade talisman left by Ghostfire in the tomb. Rumble. The 4 reincarnation formations suddenly collapsed, and the space where the 2 of them were suddenly distorted as they were teleported out. Above the Tongtian Sea, dark clouds covered the entire heavenspan territory. It was as dark as night. The earth was constantly churning, and the sea around the territory was churning with monstrous tsunamis. In the darkness, more than 20,000 heavenly Dao shone brightly. More than 20,000 heavenly Dao fell from all directions. At this moment, they seemed to be falling at an angle, their roots pressing down on the center of the green touring palace. The void around the Tongtian Sea was shattered. However, the Tongtian Sea and green touring palace remained the same. The Tongtian sect leader stepped on the ground and used the Immortal slaying sword to resist the 27,000 heavenly Dao. Rumble. Standing at the bottom, the Tongtian sect leader's black robe fluttered rapidly in the wind. He had a ferocious look on his face as he resisted the 27,000 heavenly Dao with some difficulty. Surrounding the group of heavenly Dao were 9 dazzling men and women. The 9 sages reached out and controlled the power of heaven and earth to suppress the Tongtian sect leader. The Tongtian sect leader resisted the 9 sages with his own strength. Tongtian, you have a day like this, ha 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 ha. One of the sages laughed wildly. Gong Yangzi. The Tongtian sect leader's eyes turned cold. That day, you severed one of my arms in front of everyone. Today, I will crush you to dust in front of everyone, Gong Yangzi said arrogantly. You clown, how dare you be so presumptuous? The Tongtian sect leader's eyes flashed with a cold light. Then, a wisp of black gas seemed to seep out of the black robe around him. The black gas had the ability to devour and was constantly devouring the pressure of the heavenly Dao. Crack, crack, crack. A series of crisp sounds came from within the Tongtian sect leader. Chimph, what did I do? That day, I only met Yang Chuan again. What right do you have to interfere in the grudge between me and Yang Chuan? Gong Yangzi said angrily. The black gas around the Tongtian sect leader became more vigorous. You are at the end of your road. Let me send you on your last journey, Gong Yangzi said fiercely. As he said that, he mobilized the power of heaven and earth with one hand and suddenly stabbed the sword at the Tongtian sect leader with the other. The Tongtian sect leader could not move, as if he would be killed by the sword. At this moment, the void beside Gong Yangzi suddenly trembled, and 2 figures appeared. Yang Chuan and Guiguzi had returned. What? Gong Yangzi suddenly cried out in surprise. Yang Chuan suddenly appeared, and he was only 10 inches away from Gong Yangzi. He was too close. Yang Chuan's expression also changed. He did not care which sage it was and instinctively slapped Gong Yangzi's back. Boom. Gong Yangzi was immediately sent flying toward the Tongtian sect leader. No. Gong Yangzi shouted in horror. Yang Chuan had disrupted the rhythm of the battle, and the 3,000 heavenly Dao shadows that he controlled also wavered. In the distance, the Tongtian sect leader seemed to be waiting for this opportunity. The moment the opportunity appeared, endless sword chi appeared around the Tongtian sect leader, and a huge sword energy shot from the top of his head into the 9 heavens. Roar. The Tongtian sect leader let out an explosive roar, and the strength around him suddenly increased by several times. Boom. More than 20,000 heavenly Dao shadows exploded with a loud bang. Under the huge explosion, the group of sages was immediately sent flying backward by the recoil. Gong Yangzi was the only one who was hit by Yang Chuan's sneak attack toward the Tongtian sect leader. Slash. The Tongtian sect leader roared. Sheeing. The immortal slaying sword drew a purple sword light and slashed toward Gong Yangzi. No. Gong Yangzi used his sword to block in horror. However, under the immortal slaying sword's purple light, Gong Yangzi's sword energy and divine sword were cut in half. The power of the Tongtian sect leader's sword instantly broke through all of Gong Yangzi's defenses. Boom. Gong Yangzi was cut in half, and the heaven and earth altar under his feet was also cut in half. The purple sword light did not dissipate and continued to slash into the distance. Boom. A pitch-black belt of void rushed to the edge of the Tongtian sect. The purple light slashed into the ground. Boom. A huge trench stretched endlessly into the sea at the edge of the Tongtian sect. Rumble. The sea outside the trench also churned. Then, from the distant sea, water quickly flowed in from the opposite direction. More than 20,000 heavenly Daos collapsed. The sages were no longer in the mood to fight. At this moment, Tongtian sect leader was surrounded by countless black flames that shot toward the black clouds in the sky. Hualala. The endless black clouds were suddenly burned away by the flames. At the same time, an unstoppable aura surged out from the prime of Tongtian. The sages stopped fighting and looked at the Tongtian sect leader solemnly. Gong Yangzi's body was cut in half, and the heaven and earth altar under his feet also exploded. The Tongtian sect leader killed him with a single strike. Gong Yangzi was dead. The mist on his face slowly dissipated. As he was dying, he turned with great difficulty to look at the two people who had appeared behind him. Yang Chuan and Gigu Zi. It's you again, Yang Chuan. I died because of you. I actually died because of bad luck. I hate you. Gong Yangzi sobbed as he breathed his last. Boom. Gong Yangzi's body suddenly exploded. Boom. A loud explosion suddenly sounded in the sky. An endless rain of blood suddenly fell from the sky. Mournful music filled the air, and a bloody mist rose into the sky. The fall of a sage was a great sorrow for the world. However, at this moment, no one cared about the fall of a sage. Almost everyone was staring at the Tongtian sect leader in the center of the black flames. Sword energy surrounded him, and sword light soared into the sky. An unstoppable aura of endless sharpness. 13 levels of ancestral immortal. Yang Chuan's eyes narrowed. Tongtian sect leader broke through. Gigu Zi sighed. Roar. The Tongtian sect leader roared again. Fate, I want to fight again. 1 year from now, in this place, I want to fight 15 sages. I want them to give it their all. Tongtian sect leader roared again. Chapter 1339. Tian Tian, I want to fight again. 1 year later, here, I want to fight the 15 sages. I want them to go all out. Tongtian roared at the sky again. Rumble. The dark clouds that were burned by Tongtian's black flames appeared again, and a powerful aura rushed down. The remaining 8 sages looked up at the sky. Yang Chuan and Gigu Zi also looked up at the dark clouds in the sky. Even further away, there were countless experts watching from afar. Meow. Meow suddenly appeared on Yang Chuan's shoulder. Yang Chuan, you're finally back? Meow said with joy. Yes. Yang Chuan nodded. Tian Tian, 1 year later, I will set up the immortal slaying sword formation and fight the 15 sages. I hope they will go all out. Tongtian roared at the sky again. Approved. There was a sudden explosion in the void, and it went straight to everyone's heart. Especially the group of sages, Wu Tian, Tian Jizi, Palace Master Ju, Evil Old Demon, Shimon, and Yuan Tiangang. They all responded, yes. Only 2 people, Dongfang Bubai and a man in a purple robe, did not respond. All the sages in the world, listen up. From today onwards, the sages are allowed to travel between the yin and yang realms. 1 year later, all the sages will surround and kill Tongtian. No mistakes. The roar sounded again. Under the loud explosion, the voice penetrated both the yin and yang realms. The sages of the underworld also suddenly became serious. Yes. The sages of the underworld responded. Within a year, there will be a vacancy for a sage position, and the North Outer Continent will be born. The capable will be the sage. The loud explosion instantly spread across the world. For a moment, countless experts in the world clenched their fists, and their eyes were filled with anticipation. Rumble. The dark clouds slowly dispersed. Tian Tian came for a while, and then disappeared in the blink of an eye. Around the Azure Palace, Tong Tian retracted his aura and turned to look at the sages. Thank you for this battle. 1 year later, we will fight again here, Tong Tian said in a deep voice. The sages stared at Tong Tian for a while. 1 year. Tong Tian. Don't disappoint me, the purple-robed sage said in the distance. Yang Chuan looked over. This was Saint Ziwei. He was dressed in a luxurious robe that was overflowing with purple light. His face was extremely handsome, and he looked to be in his 30s or 40s. He stood in the air with his hands behind his back, looking calm and composed. His eyes flashed with admiration as he looked at Tong Tian. Ziwei Saint. Tong Tian looked over with a solemn expression. In the previous battle, the Tong Tian sect leader could naturally see which of these saints had done their best, and which of them had done it with ease. Ziwei Saint was the one who had done it with ease. 1 year later, I'll see you again. Saint Ziwei smiled. As he spoke, he took a step forward and soared into the sky. He transformed into a beam of purple light and instantly disappeared before everyone's eyes. Dongfang Bubai frowned as he watched Saint Ziwei leave. He took a deep breath, took a step forward, and vanished from where he stood. After the 2 saints left, the remaining 6 saints looked at each other. Farewell. The 6 of them said. Then, the 6 of them turned into streaks of light and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After the saint left, a large number of cultivators flew over from afar. The leader was Sun Wukong in human form. Congratulations, sect leader. Sun Wukong congratulated. Wukong, get someone to clean up, Tong Tian sect leader said in a deep voice. Okay. Sun Wukong replied. Tong Tian sect leader then looked at Yang Chuan and Gui Guzi. Looking at the 2 of them, Tong Tian sect leader's eyes flashed slightly. Although he did not know where the 2 of them had gone in the past few months, it was because he did not know that they seemed even more mysterious. Why did they suddenly appear just now? Where did they appear from? One had to know that on the Tongtian Sea, everything was under his control. It was impossible to disappear and appear out of thin air. However, Yang Chuan, Gui Guzi, and Grave Ghostfire had really done it. Congratulations, Yang Chuan said with a smile. I should say the same. The 2 of you must have gained a lot, Tongtian sect leader said with a smile. Yang Chuan and Gui Guzi smiled slightly. Please. Tongtian sect leader extended his hand and said with a smile. Yang Chuan and Gui Guzi nodded and stepped into Bio Palace with Tongtian sect leader. At the same time, Luoyang City, west outer continent of the Yang realm, in a forbidden hall. Kwong. The door of the hall slowly opened, and an old man in a green robe walked out slowly from the forbidden hall. When the old man walked out of the hall, the countless guards around him were surprised. The old man was Hongjun ancestor. Previously, he had pierced the eye of heaven with a sword and was extremely stunning. However, everyone's memory was erased in the end, so many people did not recognize Hongjun ancestor. Hongjun looked up at the sky and turned to the northwest. The 13th heaven of ancestor Immortal? Tongtian, you did not disappoint me in the end, Hongjun ancestor said lightly. 1 year. That's good. 1 year is enough, Hongjun ancestor said lightly. As he said that, the void in front of Hongjun ancestor trembled slightly. Hongjun ancestor stepped into the trembling void. Boom. It was like a space-time ripple that instantly moved towards the North Outer Continent. Hongjun ancestor had gone to the North Outer Continent. Netherworld, Great Qin City. Gongyang Benlei stood in front of zombie Yang Chuan with a heavy expression. Sage King, did the family head die? Gongyang Benlei asked bitterly. Gongyang Zi is dead. Yang Chuan nodded. Gongyang Benlei smiled bitterly. I guessed it, but I didn't expect it to be so fast. Hurry up and subdue the Gongyang family. Now that Gongyang Zi is dead, there will be a purge around the southeast continent. Go back early and save more people. Yang Chuan said. Yes, thank you, Sage King. Gongyang Benlei replied. Yang realm, far away from Tongtian Sea. Yuan Tiangang returned to Wu Zhong's side. Sky Emperor. Yuan Tiangang shouted. How was the battle just now? Wu Zhong asked. Tongtian sect leader did not do his best. No, maybe he did, but he did not use many methods. At least, he did not use the number 1 killing formation of the Great Thousand World, the Immortal slaying sword formation. It was just to improve his cultivation. Yuan Tiangang said. Tongtian. Wu Zhong narrowed his eyes. Sky Emperor, that Ziwei saint surprised me. I have never heard of him. Why is he so elegant? Yuan Tiangang said solemnly. Ziwei saint. I have been watching him. During this time, I saw him mobilize the will of the stars. Wu Zhong said in a deep voice. The will of the stars. The will of the Ziwei star that the Emperor of the mortal world borrows power from the stars? Yuan Tiangang said in surprise. Wu Zhong stretched out his hand and beckoned. In the starry sky, a ray of starlight rushed toward Wu Zhong. Wu Zhong frowned as he caught the ray of starlight in his palm. Yes, it is the will of the Ziwei star. The power of the stars is weak, and it can only be mobilized to increase one's strength when one is immortal. After becoming an immortal, this power is almost negligible. However, this Ziwei saint is different. The power he can mobilize is not inferior to the power of the world. Wu Zhong said solemnly. What? Yuan Tiangang said in surprise. Investigate this Ziwei saint carefully. Wu Zhong said solemnly. Yes. Chapter 1340. By the time Yang Chuan, Gui Guzi, and Miao left Green Touring Palace, everything outside had already been dealt with. Most of the cultivators had left, but a small number were still unwilling to leave. Everyone knew that an even greater battle would be held here in a year. Countless cultivators were looking forward to it. When Yang Chuan came out, Bai Qi and the others were waiting respectfully. Sage King, the sky-burying coffin. Bai Qi handed over the sky-burying coffin. Let's go. Let's find a place to stay first. Yang Chuan said. Yes. Everyone nodded. Seated in the dragon carriage, the group quickly arrived at a manor. Miao. Yang Chuan, are we going to wait here forever? Miao asked curiously. A year will pass very quickly. Moreover, many things will definitely happen in this year. Yang Chuan nodded his head. Half a month later, Zhao Afang, Mo Yuxi, and Zizi returned to Great Shun. Yang Chuan was fishing by a small lake. Miao was playing with the fish with her claws. Behind him, Meng Wanruo hurried over. Sage King, something has indeed happened. Meng Wanruo said gravely. Oh! Yang Chuan's fishing rod moved slightly. Meng Wanruo said in a low voice, news has come from the western part of the heaven-span domain, which borders the sea. No, it seems that within a single night, almost everyone within a 1 billion kilometer radius to the west suddenly gained a new memory. Miao. Memories can appear out of nowhere? Miao said in shock. Is it everyone? Yang Chuan put down his fishing rod and asked gravely. Yes, even ancestral immortals. A year later, Skyspan Domain will be even more sensitive to the battle between Skyspan Domain and the 15 sages. Countless cultivators have remained in Skyspan Domain. However, this news suddenly appeared in the west, and countless cultivators rushed there. Meng Wanruo said gravely. Even ancestral immortals can gain a new memory. It seems that this is indeed something major. Yang Chuan nodded. Yes, there's an additional space-time arena on the west side of the sea. The memories of countless practitioners invite the experts of the world to improve themselves, Meng Wanruo said. Space-time Colosseum? Yes, all those who entered the Space-time Colosseum had their cultivation and strength greatly improved after coming out, Meng Wanruo said solemnly. There's such a place. Yang Chuan revealed a trace of doubt. Yes. According to the people who entered the Spacetime Colosseum, they only entered for a day, but it felt like they had spent several years inside. Inside, there would be people who would fight with them to break through their limits. If they won, it would be fine. But if they lost, they would be saved by the power of the Spacetime Colosseum the instant they were killed. In other words, there would be no danger to their lives. A day outside is equivalent to several years inside. Yang Chuan asked solemnly. That's right. When you want to spar, a figure will automatically appear to spar with you. When you gain enlightenment, they will specially clear the area so that you can go into seclusion. In just a few days, the news swept everywhere like a storm. Meng Wanruo said solemnly. Meow. A day outside is equivalent to several years inside. Why is there such a place? Meow asked, puzzled. Yes. As long as one grasps the time ability, they can do it, Yang Chuan said solemnly. Time ability? Meow asked curiously. Hongjun. Yang Chuan suddenly stood up with his eyebrows raised. Holy King said that Hongjun created the Spacetime Colosseum? Meng Wanruo said in surprise. From what I know, only he knows the time ability. However, Yang Chuan frowned and pondered. However what? Meow asked curiously. Hongjun was once the strongest person in the Great Thousand Realms in a certain era. With a sword in hand, he was invincible. At that time, he challenged all the strong people in the world. 15 sages were not a match for one of his clones. Being the strongest person in the world was not just about strength. His scheming was also unparalleled. He grasped the time ability and could see the past and present. Bai Huang even guessed that this ability could see a trace of the future. He was an unparalleled schemer, Yang Chuan said solemnly. Meow. Meow asked in surprise. In the past, he hid in the Great Ju Heavenly Court. If it's really him now, why did he suddenly appear in such a high-profile manner? He must be planning something, Yang Chuan said in a low voice. Meow. Can't we just go and take a look? Meow immediately called out. Yang Chuan nodded. Spacetime Colosseum? Let's go and take a look. Yes. Meng Wanruo nodded curiously. Stepping into the dragon carriage, Yang Chuan and the others quickly headed west. Because they were in the Heavenspan territory, they soon arrived at the Spacetime Colosseum. It was on a huge island in the west of the Heavenspan territory. On the island, there was a huge door that was 100 feet tall. Inside the huge door was a black vortex. Countless experts were rushing towards the interior of the palace one after another. Yang Chuan and the others stopped at the shore. Bang! At that moment, the huge door spat out a large number of cultivators. Ah! What? Immediately, a large number of cultivators flew out with gloomy expressions. What's going on? Why? No. The cultivators who flew out were instantly annoyed. Among those who flew out, one of them saw Yang Chuan's dragon carriage and immediately flew over. The Eastern Depot's 1,000 households of the Heavenspan territory greets the Sage King, that person immediately said respectfully. What happened? Yang Chuan asked. Just now, this subordinate was in seclusion when a voice suddenly sounded. It said that the Spacetime Colosseum will only accept ancestral immortals. The 1,000 households said respectfully. Only ancestral immortals? Yang Chuan was slightly puzzled. This subordinate has already been in there for 3 years. The 1,000 households said again. Meow. 3 years. Meow said in surprise. The time inside is very different from the time outside. This subordinate fought many people of the same level and gained many insights. Unfortunately, there is no Yuan Qi inside. Every time I enter seclusion, I have to absorb energy from immortal stones, the 1,000 households explained. As the 1,000 households spoke, those below ancestral immortal level cursed in the distance, but those above ancestral immortal level entered one after another. In the beginning, it didn't discriminate by cultivation base. It seems like it was to prove the wonders of the place to the outside world. Now that the effect has been achieved, these people are being pushed out for publicity, Meng Wanruo said gravely. Whoosh! A ray of white light descended. Wu Tian. Meng Wenruo's eyes flashed with surprise. Whoosh! In the distance, Wu Tian stepped in without hesitation. Sage King, in addition to Sage Wu Tian, many other sages have entered. Palace Lord Zhu, Shimen, Yuan Tiangang, Wu Jiong, 100 Evil Fiend, and many others. Many experts have entered, the 1,000 households said. Sage King, let this subordinate go scout. Guzi took a deep breath. No need. This emperor will go alone, you stand guard outside. Yang Chuan shook his head. Yes, everyone answered. Bai Qi, follow me, Yang Chuan called out. Miao. I want to go too. Miao immediately called out. Looking at Miao, Yang Chuan nodded. Yang Chuan, Miao, and Bai Qi flew towards the giant door in the distance. Look, that's Yang Chuan of great accomplishment. He went in too. Even the great Zhu Celestial Emperor went in. What's so strange about Yang Chuan going in? Countless cultivators watched from all directions. Yang Chuan and the others stepped in. Whoosh! The surroundings changed, turning into a huge valley. The moment Yang Chuan and the others entered, they separated. Miao! Miao's figure flashed, and she appeared on Yang Chuan's shoulder. As for Bai Qi, he was nowhere to be seen. Whoosh! On the other side of the valley, a red-robed man suddenly appeared. You are my new opponent? The red-robed man asked in a deep voice. However, Yang Chuan ignored him. Instead, he raised his head and looked around. As he looked, Yang Chuan's eyes gradually turned 14 colors. In an instant, he seemed to see through countless illusions. Gradually, his gaze seemed to transcend time and space, and he saw a floating platform above his head. On the floating platform, an azure-robed old man sat quietly. When Yang Chuan looked over, the old man seemed to sense something as well. He turned his head to look at Yang Chuan. Old ancestor Hongjun, how have you been? Yang Chuan said with a smile. The red-robed ancestral immortal opposite Yang Chuan looked at Yang Chuan in confusion. The red-robed ancestral immortal looked around and then looked up. He could not see Hongjun at all. Yang Chuan stared at Hongjun on the floating platform. Hongjun nodded his head slightly. Yang Chuan and Miao disappeared from where they were and appeared on Hongjuan's floating platform. The red-robed ancestral immortal was left in the valley with an incomparably confused look. Miao, what is this place? Miao looked around in surprise. Yang Chuan and Miao landed on Hongjuan's floating platform. When they looked around from the floating platform, all they saw was darkness. Within the darkness, there were 3,000 bubbles floating around. Within each of the bubbles, there was a different scene. Within each of the bubbles, it was as though two unparalleled experts were fighting each other. Yang Chuan and Miao were in one of the bubbles previously. Yang Chuan even saw that within one of the bubbles, Bai Qi was fighting with an ancestral immortal. Hongjun sat on the floating platform and looked at the 3,000 bubbles. Old ancestor Hongjun, nice move. As expected of the number one person in the Great Thousand World back then, Yang Chuan exclaimed. Hongjun looked at Yang Chuan with slight surprise in his eyes. Then, he smiled and said, What number one person in the world? Aren't you also a loser? Back then, I lost to you. Old ancestor, you are exaggerating. In the battle back then, you fought against the entire world together with the heavens. It was amazing. Back then, I went all out and only dealt with one of your avatars. Although I won in the end, I felt that your avatars did not go all out. Yang Chuan shook his head. Hongjun smiled and did not explain the past. Ming Tianhan is Fu Su, right? Old ancestor Hongjun said indifferently. Oh. Yang Chuan's pupils shrank. Miao. What Fu Su? Miao asked in surprise. Hongjun took a deep breath and said, Dream of heaven's secrets. You have entered my Purple Cloud Palace, and Fu Su came from the Purple Cloud Palace's passageway. Others may not know him, but I know him well. Yang Chuan smiled with a complicated expression and said, Grandpa is right. You can never let sand in your eyes. You are still so insightful. Chapter 1341. Yang Chuan smiled with a complicated expression. Grandpa is right. Your eyes will never let sand get into your head. You are still so insightful. Insightful? If you know everything, you won't have to hide for so long. Hong Jun ancestor sighed slightly. Hong Jun motioned for Yang Chuan to sit down. Yang Chuan nodded. Yang Chuan also sat cross-legged on a futon. In front of them, a stone table with a teapot on it slowly floated up. Meow, I'll pour tea for you. Meow jumped onto the stone table in boredom. It poured a cup of tea for them. Hide. Hong Jun ancestor, you are in the same generation as my grandpa. Is there anyone in the world that you can hide? Yang Chuan frowned. Hong Jun sighed slightly and shook his head. Yes, he is so powerful that everyone can't breathe. Oh, can I hear the details? Yang Chuan's expression turned serious. It's only at my place. If it were somewhere else, no one would dare to ask or answer. You have heard of this person many times. Hong Jun picked up the teacup and took a sip. Oh. Hong Jun looked at Yang Chuan and a light flashed in his eyes. He nodded and said, his name is Fate. Fate? Yang Chuan raised his eyebrows. Hong Jun nodded seriously. Whether it is Chao, Kong Huangtian or other experts, they are all afraid of fate. Yang Chuan's face gradually became serious. You mean, fate has self-awareness? Hong Jun nodded gently. Meow. How can fate have self-awareness? What is he? Meow asked curiously. Fate has no feelings, no emotions, only reason. He thinks that whoever threatens him will be destroyed in the blink of an eye. When the four realms merge, all living beings will die. Have you heard of it? Hong Jun said in a deep voice. When the four realms merge, all living beings will die. Yang Chuan nodded. The moment the four realms merge, all living beings will die. Hong Jun said in a deep voice. Oh, why? Why does fate want to destroy all living things? Yang Chuan asked solemnly. The infinite gave birth to the Taiji. From the moment our world was born in the void, everything was destined. That time should be called the first epoch. What is destiny? If we use the word human to describe it, our world is the body, and fate is the soul. All living beings are the subsequent lives born from the body. Hong Jun explained. The soul of the world. Yang Chuan frowned. Yes, Wuji gives birth to Taiji, and Taiji will also die in Wuji. In other words, under normal circumstances, our world will die again one day and disappear completely. Hong Jun said solemnly. Meow. Death. Meow Meow asked in surprise. Other than transcendence, nothing is eternal. It's like looking at the stars in the starry sky. One day, the stars will die. It's the same for the world. One day, it will die. However, if you want eternity, there's only one way, and that's to transcend. Hong Jun said in a deep voice. In the first world, the three corpses were severed. The three corpses were severed to create the three corpses of great evil, great kindness, and the great thousand corpses. When the three corpses of great thousand corpses are combined, the entire world will be eternal. Yang Chuan said solemnly. That's right. When the four realms merge, it's the moment of transcendence. What are we living beings? The vitality, beliefs, and emotions of all living beings are the forces that constantly promote the progress of the world. Because of the development of all living beings, the entire world is revitalized, and the world is constantly moving toward its final goal. Otherwise, the world is a pool of stagnant water. It's impossible to sever the three corpses and merge them, Hong Jun explained. Vitality, beliefs, and emotions. These are the forces that promote the development of the world. Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. These ethereal things could revitalize a world. There are many of them, but they can't be used directly. They're all nutrients for the world. Otherwise, why do you think the world is constantly giving birth to new lives and new races? Hong Jun said with a smile. Meow, then why do all living beings have to die when the world transcends? Meow was puzzled. Fate tolerates all living beings because it needs them. When the four realms merge, it won't need them anymore. Fate doesn't have emotions. If it were you, would you be willing to have countless useless bugs crawling all over your body? Hong Jun said with a smile. Countless bugs crawling all over my body? Meow shuddered. I don't want to. Miao immediately shouted. That's right. You don't want it, and fate doesn't want it either. The most benevolent method is to throw all living beings out of your body and throw them into the nothingness to fend for themselves. However, other than the transcendents, who can survive in the nothingness? Yang Chuan drank a cup of water. At this moment, most of the doubts in his heart were finally explained. Why did all living beings perish when the four realms merge? It turned out to be the high and mighty fate. It looked down on and controlled the fate of all living beings. In the first epoch, a group of powerful living beings refused to accept fate and wanted to resist. However, all living beings were born from heaven and earth. They couldn't resist at all. Those who resisted were destroyed. Because fate doesn't matter. The world will continuously give birth to new living beings. What does it matter if some die? Hong Jun said with a smile. However, Yang Chuan's frown deepened. Until the first epoch, a certain peerless expert proposed an idea. All living beings should transcend. Before the world transcends, all living beings should transcend together. That way, they would be able to survive. Hong Jun said solemnly. The senior who transformed into 72 reincarnations? Yang Chuan asked solemnly. Hong Jun nodded. That's right. It's him. He transformed into samsara. This senior sacrificed a lot and used his strength to root himself into the world, forming 72 reincarnations. He provided for all living beings to reincarnate and accumulate the soul force of their previous lives, passing on the essence of every generation. This resulted in the scene of countless peerless experts hidden in the world. If not for him, a batch of living beings would have perished. None of their heritage would have been passed down, and none of their essence would have been left to their descendants. In fact, all living beings would have killed even more for their respective races. It's because of samsara that peerless experts remember their respective missions and a common goal. Miao. Miao looked at Hong Jun in a daze. How strong is fate? Yang Chuan asked solemnly. He represents the pinnacle. Some speculate that he's at the 18th firmament of the ancestral immortal realm, while others speculate that he's at the 19th firmament. No one knows the exact details because no one has seen him before. Those who have seen fate are all dead, Hong Jun said with a bitter smile. Although fate hasn't transcended, none of the transcendents of the four realms are his match, Hong Jun said with a bitter smile. Yang Chuan was silent for a while. Yang Chuan, I can feel that your life is filled with countless variables and endless potential. I hope you can reach the end and see the day when all living beings transcend, Hong Jun said solemnly. Yang Chuan looked at Hong Jun and nodded. Thank you for your guidance. Guidance? Not really. You might know in a few years. I just had some friendship with Baihuang back then. I didn't expect him to die too. Sigh, it's a pity that when the third epoch entered the fourth epoch, fate erased everyone's memories. Baihuang might have recalled everything before he died, but he couldn't tell you. I'll tell you on his behalf. Hong Jun sighed slightly. Yang Chuan nodded. However, his heart was extremely heavy. Miao jumped onto Yang Chuan's shoulder. As if it could see that Yang Chuan's heart was heavy, it rubbed its little head against Yang Chuan's cheek to comfort Yang Chuan. I'm fine, Yang Chuan said with a smile. As he spoke, Yang Chuan looked around. Countless experts were fighting in the surrounding 3,000 bubbles. Space-time arena? It's really a good place. Here, you can hone your strength. Only you, who have mastered time divine power, can do that. Yang Chuan sighed. This is also my last time. Hong Jun sighed slightly. Oh. If you want to enter, go ahead, Hong Jun said with a smile. Yang Chuan shook his head and said, my situation is a little special. This kind of battle won't be of much help to me. Oh. That's right. In your first life, you were already at the 14th heaven of the ancestor immortal realm. This kind of battle won't be of much help. Hong Jun nodded. Most importantly, I used the life-usurping derivation technique. I need an opportunity to improve my cultivation. If you don't mind, I'll let some generals of Diazhen enter to hone themselves. Is that okay? Yang Chuan looked at Hong Jun Shaw. Hong Jun nodded. Yang Chuan nodded. He took out a jade slip and recorded a message in it. Meow, give this jade slip to Gooey Goozy. Yang Chuan handed over the jade slip. Meow. Meow nodded with the jade slip in her hand. Whoosh. Meow's figure flickered and disappeared. Outside. Gooey Goozy was waiting with his ministers when suddenly Meow appeared through space. Meow. Yang Chuan asked me to give this to you. Meow threw the jade slip to Gooey Goozy. As she spoke, Meow's figure flickered and appeared in front of Yang Chuan again. Gooey Goozy took the jade slip and scanned it. Saint Ruler Order, Wang Jian, Meng Tian, Meng Yi, Jin Dayu, enter and break through. Gooey Goozy shouted to the four of them. Yes. The four of them replied. Soon, the four of them stepped into the space-time arena. Inside, on the floating platform, Yang Chuan used the sky-burying coffin to teleport King Guyu over and threw him into one of the bubbles. Da Zhan and the other generals quickly took the opportunity to break through. Yang Chuan's gaze also swept across the bubbles. This was a space opened by Hong Jun. Therefore, the restrictions of heaven had disappeared. Inside, the fog on the faces of the saints had also disappeared. They were fighting inside. Wu Tian, Shimon, Meigao Cave, Evil Old Demon, Palace Master Ju, and Yuan Tiangang were all fighting inside. They were all ancestral immortals, and the battle was also extremely fierce. Sitting here, Yang Chuan could see everything clearly. Soon, Yang Chuan found a special bubble, which was also the largest bubble here. Inside stood the Emperor, Wu Jiong. Against Wu Jiong, none of them won. Teacher, I need to increase the difficulty. Wu Jiong stood alone in a bubble and shouted. Okay. Hong Jun shouted. Boom. Suddenly, 10 ancestral immortals appeared in the bubble where Wu Jiong was. The 10 ancestral immortals were confused. Weren't they fighting one-on-one before? Why were there suddenly so many people? Wu Jiong held a Taiji diagram in his hand and looked coldly at the 10 ancestral immortals. This time, your opponent is me. Chapter 1342. Spacetime Colosseum. Time was different from the outside world. After playing for a while, Meow got bored and was sent back to the netherworld by Yang Chuan. Hong Jun sat on the floating platform with his eyes closed, controlling the battlefield within the 3,000 bubbles. Yang Chuan, on the other hand, had his eyes closed as well, sensing with his heart. Of the 3,000 battlefields, 2,000 ancestral immortals were meditating with their eyes closed, but the other 1,000 were fighting non-stop. Yang Chuan was sensing. No, to be precise, recording. Through his thoughts, he transmitted it to his other clone. Xianyang, Heaven's Pavilion. Silver-eyed Yang Chuan was in seclusion. Silver-eyed Yang Chuan's thoughts were different from the main bodies, but the two could establish an independent connection. As long as the main body allowed it, they could transmit what they saw to each other. Heaven's Pavilion was dark. 3,000 bubbles floated around silver-eyed Yang Chuan. Within the bubbles, ancestral immortals were fighting each other. It was a complete replica of the spacetime Colosseum. However, gradually, the silver-eyed Yang Chuan could see that something was changing inside the bubble. Be it the scenery within the bubbles or the ancestral immortals within, they all turned into tiny particles under silver-eyed Yang Chuan. The arrangement of the particles was constantly changing. When an ancestral immortal used a spell, the particles around him would constantly change. One of the arrays changed thousands of times, as if a new spell was being formed through these changes. Ordinary people would have been dazzled, but silver-eyed Yang Chuan recorded it all down, deducing the secrets of the array changes. Silver-eyed Yang Chuan was deducing all 3,000 bubbles. More importantly, due to the asymmetry of time, these particles changed extremely quickly. But even so, silver-eyed Yang Chuan was still at ease. The spacetime Colosseum. They sat there for 100 years. After 100 years of fighting, the ancestral immortals within had all improved greatly. This was especially true for the fierce generals of Dazhan, Bai Qi, Wang Jian, Meng Tian, and Meng Yi. The four of them had the foundations of their first lives, and under constant training, they improved rapidly. Before long, the ancestral immortals they were fighting changed from 1-on-1 to 1-on-10, and even Bai Qi against 30. The largest battlefield was where Wu Zhong was. After fighting for 100 years, Wu Zhong's strength had reached a new height. He even had a breakthrough once. In Yang Chuan's eyes, he had reached the 12th heaven of the ancestor Immortal realm. Teacher, that's enough. I want to fight everyone. After defeating a group of ancestral immortals, Wu Zhong said solemnly. Who? Hong Jun opened his eyes. Within the 3,000 bubbles, the battle suddenly stopped. Everyone paused slightly. Standing in their respective bubble worlds, they looked around curiously. Hong Jun waved his sleeve slightly. Buzz. All the bubbles suddenly trembled. Then, they moved closer to the center. Pop, pop, pop. A series of sounds could be heard, and all the bubbles merged into one, forming a huge bubble. For the first time, nearly 4,000 ancestral immortals met. The scene was extremely spectacular. All the ancestral immortals gathered around Wu Zhong, their eyes flashing with confusion. He had no idea what the space-time Colosseum was trying to do. You want to help Wu Zhong break through? Yang Chuan looked at Hong Jun seriously. Hong Jun nodded and said in a deep voice, "This is the last battle. Life and death are up to fate." Boom. A loud sound reverberated in everyone's ears. Last battle? Life and death are up to fate. In other words, the space-time Colosseum no longer cared about whether they lived or died. Many people's expressions changed, but even more people had arrogant looks on their faces. In the past 100 years, everyone's strength had increased, and they had long formed a sense of pride. Wu Zhong looked at the 4,000 ancestral immortals surrounding him and said with a gloomy expression, "Everyone, from now on, this is the last battle between us. If you don't give it your all, you will die." What? What a joke. Who do you think you are? The crowd was in an uproar. Although they knew that Wu Zhong was powerful, this was too arrogant. One person against 4,000? Yang Chuan reached out and waved his hand, summoning all the officials of Great Ju. As for the officials of the Great Ju Imperial Court, they bowed slightly to Wu Zhong and disappeared with a flash, leaving the space-time Colosseum. Those who are afraid, scram now. Otherwise, you won't have another chance, Wu Zhong said coldly. Many of the 4,000 ancestral immortals frowned. Following that, more and more people quickly left. The space-time Colosseum was convenient. As long as one wanted to leave, they could easily do so. In the blink of an eye, nearly 1,000 ancestral immortals had left, but 3,000 remained. Some wanted to fight Wu Zhong, but most wanted to see the final battle. Seal. Hong Jun shouted softly. Boom. The entire bubble suddenly expanded by a notch. Oh no, we can't leave. An ancestral immortal's expression changed. What? The group of ancestral immortals exclaimed. Hong Jun had sealed the entrances and exits of the space-time Colosseum. The remaining 3,000 ancestral immortals could no longer leave. Give it your all, or die. Wu Zhong's eyes turned cold as he swung the Taiji diagram in his hand. Boom. Two types of sword energy suddenly shot out from the Taiji diagram, one white and one black, straight at the group of ancestral immortals. How dare you? You're courting death. The group of ancestral immortals shouted. They didn't expect Wu Zhong to really dare to fight 3,000 ancestral immortals alone. Boom. Forced into a corner, the 3,000 ancestral immortals attacked. Die. Wu Zhong's figure flickered, and he suddenly reached out with his other hand. A golden dragon claw shot towards 3 ancestral immortals. Boom. The ancestral immortals all exploded into pieces. Their flesh and blood instantly exploded. The expressions of all the ancestral immortals changed. I told you, if you don't give it your all, you'll die, Wu Zhong said coldly. Boom. A golden path shot out from behind Wu Zhong. A dragon and a phoenix coiled on the path, and a ferocious force poured into Wu Zhong's body. A surging aura erupted from Wu Zhong's body. Boom. A tremendous force surged out, and the expressions of the 3,000 ancestral immortals changed drastically. Roar. The 3,000 ancestral immortals took out their Dharma treasures and slashed at Wu Zhong. 3,000 energy swords, energy sabers, and energy treasures shot out. The void where Wu Jiong stood was instantly crushed into powder. A black hole appeared in the void. Wu Jiong bore the brunt of the attack. Taiji transformation. Wu Jiong unfurled his Taiji diagram. Hum. A huge Taiji diagram of yin and yang spun rapidly, reversing most of the power. Kill. Either she dies, or we die. Everyone, don't hold back. Kill. On the battlefield, light shone everywhere. The ancestral immortals understood Wu Jiong's determination, and immediately surrounded him. No matter how strong he was, could he deal with 3,000 ancestral immortals? Boom. The entire bubble was filled with ferocious attacks. On the floating platform, Bai Qi, Wang Jian, Meng Tian, Meng Yi, Jin Dayu, and King Guori were all watching the battlefield solemnly. Great Daos collided, and the fierce battle caused even the gods of slaughter to feel a chill in their hearts. The world of the bubble had turned into a black hole. Countless great Daos shone brightly. This Wu Jiong is so fierce, Bai Qi said solemnly. He's at the 12th level of ancestral immortal, preparing to break through. Yang Chuan explained. The 12th level of ancestral immortal? One had to know that Tongqian's cultivation base was at the same level before he fought the 9 sages. Everyone's eyes turned even more solemn. On the battlefield, the heroes charged forward one after another. The battle was abnormally fierce. Among them were the 5 sages, Wu Tian, Shimen, Tian Jizi, Fiend 100, and Palace Lord Ju. Although the 5 ancestral immortals could not use the power of heaven and earth in the spacetime arena, their strength was still abnormally fierce. Yang Chuan stared at the battlefield. Once again, Wu Jiong's Taiji diagram exploded with billions of sword chi. Suddenly, one of them shot towards Palace Lord Ju. Palace Lord Ju hurriedly blocked it, and the white sword chi narrowly brushed past his face. Palace Lord Ju dodged it, but the hideous mask on his face was sliced in half, and immediately slipped off. Palace Lord Ju's face was instantly exposed to Yang Chuan. Yang Chuan's eyes widened. What? Bai Qi and the rest were also shocked. Sage King, Palace Lord Ju is. Jin Dayu exclaimed. It's not her. She's not the Empress. Yang Chuan shook his head with certainty. Even so, Yang Chuan's eyes were solemn. Too similar to the Empress. The Empress, the daughter of the Saber Demon, was on good terms with Yang Chuan in the sealed world. However, later on, she learned that her father was killed by Yang Chuan's ancestor, Yang Zizai, so she and Yang Chuan became strangers. However, even though they were strangers, she still wanted to help Yang Chuan during the Venerable Heaven's birthday celebration. At this moment, why did Palace Lord Ju and the Empress look so similar? The only difference was that the Empress had short hair, while Palace Lord Ju had beautiful long hair. They were too similar. Yang Chuan looked at Palace Lord Ju's hand. Palace Lord Ju also used a saber. At this moment, when he looked at Palace Lord Ju's saber technique again, he suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu. It was somewhat similar to the Empress's saber technique. Yang Chuan looked at it with a frown. Wu Jiong suddenly swung the Taiji diagram. Instantly, a large number of ancestral immortals were beheaded. Not good, attack at the same time, quick, or none of us will live. Someone shouted in horror. Boom. Almost at the same time, the remaining ancestral immortals attacked at the same time. The Great Tao collided with Wu Jiong's Great Tao. The ancestral immortals also used their full strength at the same time and collided with Wu Jiong. Boom. Endless white light burst out. It was incomparably dazzling. Wu Jiong stepped on the Taiji diagram with the imperial seal above her head. She controlled the Great Tao and supported a barrier to withstand all the pressure from the outside world. In an instant, the battle was in a stalemate. Wu Jiong's face became more and more ferocious. The 2,000 ancestral immortals around her did not dare to be careless. The more the stalemate, the more terrified the ancestral immortals were. Wu Jiong's strength was too terrifying. They had so many people, but they could not deal with Wu Jiong. Now that Wu Jiong was restrained, if she escaped, who could stop her? No one retreats. If Wu Jiong doesn't die, we'll all die. Palace Lord Ju shouted in horror. Roar. The 2,000 ancestral immortals exerted their strength again, and Wu Jiong's arm trembled slightly. Cracks also appeared on the great Dao, as if it could not hold on any longer. Under this huge force, Wu Jiong's 7 orifices were even forced to bleed. Chapter 1343. The number of ancestral immortals is ridiculous. I can't believe so many gathered in the outer North Continent. Jin Dayu frowned. Too many peak ancient immortals have broken through in the past few years. But even so, it's nothing. These are all ancestral immortals with lower cultivation bases. There are still many ancestral immortals who have hidden themselves. Most importantly, Tongtian is challenging all the sages. It's very meaningful. King of Gari said. Wu Jiong is dying. Bai Qi frowned. In the distance, Wu Jiong was bleeding from her 7 orifices. She was being suppressed by more than 2,000 ancestral immortals. She looked like she would be crushed to pieces soon. The celestial emperor was dying. Yang Chuan looked at Hongjun patriarch. Hongjun ancestor was unmoved. He looked at Wu Jiong in the distance without any expression. Wu Jiong was being suppressed by more than 2,000 ancestral immortals at the same time. It was not that she could not defeat these ancestral immortals, but that these ancestral immortals were working together. This unity was the most frightening thing. Wu Jiong could not move. Her face was ferocious, and her eyes were filled with an unyielding killing intent. Wu Jiong is dying. Hold on. Tian Jizzi shouted. Roar. No one dared to relax. They roared and continued to inject energy. Hongjun, Wu Jiong is your disciple. Are you not going to do anything? Yang Chuan frowned. This is her fate, Hongjun said. Yang Chuan looked at Hongjun in confusion. He ignored him and continued to watch the battle in the bubble. Wu Jiong was bleeding from her 7 orifices. Her face was red. Am I going to die? Wu Jiong thought with despair. Wu Jiong's confidence seemed to be on the verge of being destroyed by this power. My Niang. My Niang. In a daze, Wu Jiong seemed to hear a series of shouts. As she listened, tears welled up in her bleeding eyes. Husband. Wu Jiong called out affectionately. My Niang. A faint voice sounded in her mind. Wu Jiong's despair suddenly turned into a strong emotion. No, I can't die yet. Husband, husband. Tilde. Wu Jiong suddenly roared out. As he roared out, his presence seemed to undergo an intense transformation. Wu Jiong's great Dao erupted with 1,000,000,000,000 rays of golden light. In that instant, Wu Jiong's strength increased by more than 10 times. Boom. The 2,000+ ancestral immortals who had been suppressing Wu Jiong suddenly opened their eyes wide in shock. No. How could this be? She broke through? Boom. The suppressive might of over 2,000 ancestral immortals exploded forth, and in an instant, all of them were blasted flying. As they flew backwards, all of them were heavily injured from the impact. Like a heavenly maiden scattering flowers, they let out miserable cries as they were sent flying. Wu Jiong's imperial seal and Taiji diagram instantly shot out in 2 different directions. The Taiji diagram suddenly unleashed a boundless amount of black and white sword energy, slaughtering the ancestral immortals in one direction. The 4 ancestral immortals were instantly reduced to meat paste. In the end, he was facing Tian Jizzi. No, why me? Tian Jizzi's eyes widened as he roared in shock. Boom. Billions of sword chi instantly crushed through his body. Tian Jizzi was instantly sliced into pieces. On the other side, the imperial seal also exploded with power. After crushing the 4 ancestral immortals, it instantly landed on Palace Lord Ju's head. Roar. On the imperial seal, 9 golden dragons roared. The imperial seal was like a huge mountain, crashing down on Palace Lord Ju. Palace Lord Ju raised his saber and slashed at the imperial seal. Boom. The saber was instantly crushed into pieces, and the imperial seal pressed down on Palace Lord Ju with unstoppable force. No. Palace Lord Ju also cried out in horror. Just as Palace Lord Ju was in despair, another imperial seal suddenly appeared beside Wu Jiong's imperial seal. Yang Chuan's great sky stabilizing seal. Boom. The two imperial seals collided with a loud bang, and both emitted billions of rays of golden light. For a moment, neither could do anything to the other. Palace Master Ju, on the other hand, suddenly felt a huge force pulling him away from his original spot. Palace Lord Ju had a look of relief, knowing that he had been saved in an instant. Suddenly, Palace Lord Ju appeared in front of Yang Chuan, still in a state of shock. "It's you." Palace Lord Ju looked at Yang Chuan in shock. In that instant, Palace Lord Ju thought of many people, but he didn't expect it to be his enemy. "Yang Chuan? Yang Chuan?" Boom. There was a loud bang in the distance. Ah! Ouch! The other ancestral immortals fell in all directions. It was a mess. Wu Jiong didn't chase after anyone. After the Taiji diagram and the imperial seal dissipated, they quickly surrounded Wu Jiong. Wu Jiong closed his eyes and consolidated this rare breakthrough. However, the surrounding ancestral immortals didn't go forward to kill him. This Wu Jiong was too terrifying. 1 against 3,000? Space-time arena? Were they all set up for her? Palace Lord Ju also saw the difference in Yang Chuan's location. When he saw Hong Jun, Palace Lord Ju felt that he couldn't see through him. In the end, Palace Lord Ju looked at Yang Chuan with an extremely complicated expression. "Why did you save me?" Palace Lord Ju stared at Yang Chuan and asked. Looking at Palace Lord Ju, Yang Chuan was silent for a moment before saying, "Is the saber fiend your father?" Palace Lord Ju glared at him and said, How did you know?" Yang Chuan smiled bitterly and said, "We'll talk later." Palace Lord Ju frowned and thought for a moment. In the end, he didn't ask anymore. In the outside world. The moment Saint Tian Jizzy died. Boom. There was a loud bang. Suddenly, mournful music resounded through the world. Dark clouds covered the sky as blood rain fell from the sky and blood mist rose from the ground. For a moment, countless cultivators in the world frowned and looked at the sky. Green Touring Palace. The Grandmaster of Heaven sat cross-legged. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and pinched his fingers slightly. "Tian Jizzy. It's fine if he's dead." With that, the Grandmaster of Heaven closed his eyes again. The reactions of the various parties were different. The nearly 1,000 ancestral immortals who had left the space-time arena rejoiced. Clearly, the battle in the space-time arena where life and death were predestined must be extremely tragic. Inside the space-time arena, Wu Jiong's cultivation was stable. The Taiji diagram and imperial seal slowly flew into his sleeve. The great Tao also dissipated. Wu Jiong was bleeding from his 7 orifices, but he wiped it clean. He turned his head and looked at the more than 2,000 ancestral immortals that he had defeated. He took a deep breath. In the previous battle, more than 300 ancestral immortals had died. The remaining ones were also injured. Wu Jiong glanced at them and ignored them. 13 firmament ancestral immortals? Wu Jiong has also reached the ability to communicate with the world. Yang Chuan took a deep breath and said. In the distance, Wu Jiong looked up at the sky and instantly saw the floating platform through the bubble. Wu Jiong looked at Hong Jun with a complicated expression. "Thank you, teacher." Wu Jiong's voice was a little forced. Because in that instant, if he hadn't broken through, he would have died on the spot. As for Hong Jun, he definitely wouldn't have interfered. That was why this gratitude seemed a little forced. Hong Jun looked at Wu Jiong below and nodded gently. "Wu Jiong, I'll give you one last thing. I'm willing to listen to teacher's teachings." Wu Jiong bowed slightly. "If you want to continue breaking through, your cultivation needs to be searched in your heart." Hong Jun said indifferently. "Cultivation needs to be searched in my heart." Wu Jiong frowned and finally nodded. "Yes, thank you for your teachings, teacher," Wu Jiong said solemnly. Hong Jun nodded. He flicked his sleeve. "We can leave now." An ancestral immortal suddenly revealed a look of joy. Whoosh. That ancestral immortal instantly left the space-time arena. The others were also overjoyed and quickly left. In the blink of an eye, almost everyone had left. No one wanted to stay here, especially with such a murderous demon king around. "Go." Hong Jun called out to Wu Jiong. Wu Jiong looked at Hong Jun with a complicated expression and nodded. Yes. Wu Jiong stepped out of the space-time arena. In the blink of an eye, only Yang Chuan and the others were left in the space-time arena. Hong Jun looked at Yang Chuan and said, Yang Chuan, don't mind what I told you earlier. It won't spread. Even fate can't hear it here. Oh! Yang Chuan's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. And that Fu Su, do what you want. I won't interfere with you. No one knows about his situation, Hong Jun said indifferently. Yang Chuan nodded, okay. Hong Jun nodded. As he nodded, Hongjuan's figure slowly faded. Not only Hongjuan's figure, but the entire space-time arena also slowly dissipated and disappeared. Soon, Hong Jun disappeared, and the surrounding space also disappeared. Yang Chuan and the others appeared above the island. Countless experts surrounded the area. In the distance, Wu Jiong came out, and a large number of great Jews officials bowed respectfully. The ancestral immortals who came out earlier were all terrified when they saw Wu Jiong. After today's battle, Wu Jiong's name would definitely spread throughout the world. Sacred ruler, Giguzi and the others flew over from afar. Let's go. Everyone boarded the dragon carriage and quickly left. When Palace Lord Ju came out, his face was once again shrouded in mist. He followed Yang Chuan and the others and quickly left. On the dragon carriage, Palace Lord Ju asked again, Yang Di, how did you know my identity? Why did you save me? I've seen your sister. She's the Empress. Yang Chuan said. The Empress? I know her. Legend has it that she came out from the same sealed realm as you? Palace Lord Ju was puzzled. That's right. I saved you because of your sister. Yang Chuan nodded. Haha, Yang Di, your excuse is too lame. Sister? I don't have a sister, Palace Lord Ju said in a deep voice. Oh. Yang Chuan suddenly looked at Palace Lord Ju strangely. Both of them were the daughters of the saber demon. Why did Palace Lord Ju deny it? You don't know the Empress? Yang Di, please don't joke like that. My father is the saber demon, but my father only loves my mother. Other than me, he can't have any other daughter. Palace Lord Ju shook his head. Yang Chuan, Bai Qi and the others. Palace Lord Ju was even more puzzled when he saw the disbelief in everyone's eyes. Is the Empress very similar to me? Palace Lord Ju said strangely. Similar? Other than your long hair, you're almost exactly the same, Yang Chuan said with some confusion. Really? So similar? Maybe it's a coincidence. It's not just similar. No, it's exactly the same. Sai, if you have the chance, go and see the Empress yourself. Her father is also the saber demon. Yang Chuan shook his head. Although he was also filled with curiosity, Yang Chuan really didn't know what to say at this time. Chapter 1344. Looking at Palace Master Ju, Yang Chuan's expression became slightly solemn. From Palace Master Ju's tone, it didn't seem like he was lying. Did he really not know? But Palace Master Ju and Huang were the daughters of the saber demon, and they were almost identical. Both of them had seen the saber demon before, so why didn't the saber demon tell them that they had sisters? Moreover, the two of them looked almost identical. In Yang Chuan's understanding, there were only two possibilities. One was that they were twins. The other was that Palace Master Ju and Huang were the same person, a derivative, just like him and the zombie body. However, the two girls didn't know each other. Could it be that the saber demon did it on purpose? Or did someone erase their memories? Yang Di, are you sure that I look the same as Huang? Palace Master Ju also thought of the strangeness. That's right. Yang Chuan nodded affirmatively. Palace Master Ju was silent for a while before finally saying, Thank you for telling me, Yang Di. Thank you for your help this time. I think I have to verify it. Goodbye. Yang Chuan nodded. Palace Master Ju stepped away. While Palace Master Ju and Yang Chuan were talking, Gui Guzi also learned about the spacetime arena from Bai Qi and the others. Gui Guzi walked closer. Holy King, Wu Jiong is also at the 13th heaven of the ancestral immortal realm? Gui Guzi asked solemnly. Yes, The higher the level of the ancestral immortal realm, the greater the gap. In the past, Hong Jun was at the 13th heaven of the ancestral immortal realm. In the Great Thousand World, he could be said to be the number one person in the world. With his own strength, he fought all the experts in the world, including the heavens. Yang Chuan nodded solemnly. Unfortunately, this is not the Great Thousand World. There are too many experts here. Heavens. Chao's strength is at the 15th heaven of the ancestral immortal realm, Gui Guzi said solemnly. 15th heaven of the ancestral immortal realm? Yang Chuan frowned slightly. This was a terrifying cultivation level. In his previous life, Yang Chuan had tried his best but failed to reach it. He tried his best, but before he died, he was only at the 14th heaven of the ancestral immortal realm. Holy King, there's something strange about Hong Jun opening the spacetime arena this time, Gui Guzi said. Sir, you think so too? Yang Chuan looked at Gui Guzi. Gi Guzi nodded and said, the spacetime coliseum this time is too abrupt. It's not like Hongjuan's style. He wouldn't be so obvious as to help Wu Jiong, right? It doesn't have to be so sensational. Yang Chuan nodded. Yes. Although most people don't know him, as long as there are people who pay attention, some absolute experts will definitely guess that it is him. This time, besides helping Wu Jiong, Hong Jun seems to want to tell everyone that he has come out. This is something that Hong Jun has never done before. Let's wait a little longer. Perhaps we will know soon. Yes. 100 years in the arena is only a month in the outside world. Gi Guzi nodded his head. Hong Jun has more time than countless people to comprehend on his own. His current strength, even we can't see through it now either, Yang Chuan said solemnly. Oh! Gui Guzi said in surprise. Yang Chuan shook his head as a solemn look flashed across his eyes. A year passed by quickly. Inside a large hall, Meng Wanruo reported, Sage King, the Great Qi Sacred Court has moved almost all the natives of the Skyreach domain away. What about the Great Qi Sacred Court? Yang Chuan took a sip of tea. They have all moved away. Only the Great Qi Sacred King and a few officials stayed behind. Meng Wanruo said. It's about to begin. Some time ago, there was a worldly anomaly. A new sage was born, right? Yang Chuan nodded. Yes, Tian Jizi and Gong Yangzi died, and 2 more sages were born. One is the head of the Kong family, Peacock. The other is called Blood Knife Ancestor. Meng Wanruo said. Blood Knife Ancestor? Yang Chuan looked puzzled. He is also a relatively low-key ancestral immortal. However, with the world in turmoil, these low-key people have come to the front. Meng Wanruo explained. Oh, all the underworld sages are here? Yes, Demon King Kong, Plum High Cave, Yang, Hua Zuantian, Zhua Chuanqiu, and a sage called Ice God. Meng Wanruo said. Yes. Yang Chuan nodded. Just as Yang Chuan nodded. Boom. A loud sound came from afar, and the ground suddenly shook. Not only Yang Chuan, but the entire Skyreach domain was shaken. Boom. 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 Another 3 loud sounds came. Another 3 huge earthquakes rocked the entire Heavenspan territory, and for a time, countless cities in the Heavenspan territory collapsed from the tremors. Yang Chuan's eyes narrowed, and he quickly walked out of the hall. Outside the hall, Great Shen and a group of fierce generals stood, all looking toward the northeast. Countless sword qi danced in the sky. Purple, red, green, and black sword qi shot out in all directions, covering the sky and the earth, everywhere in the starry sky. Vaguely, 4 long swords could be seen in 4 directions, piercing the sky and the earth. Billowing murderous aura pressed down. Hiss. There were even streams of sword qi emerging from the ground. Not long after, the surroundings were surrounded by sword qi. It wasn't around Yang Chuan, but around the entire Skyreach domain. It was filled with billowing and endless sword qi. Countless cultivators flew into the sky, revealing looks of shock. At this moment, all the cultivators finally understood why Skyreach wanted to move all the natives away. It was because the destructive power of the 13 heavens of the ancestral immortal realm was too great. If it was used at full strength, the entire Skyreach domain could be severely damaged. It was an entire domain. One had to know that the size of a domain was shockingly terrifying. However, such a huge domain could only be considered a battlefield for Sect Master Skyreach. Immortal slaying sword formation? A person behind Yang Chuan said solemnly. They were Yang Chuan's 3 swords, the Grand Emperor, Deity, and Jade Emperor. In the boundless world, Skyreach only had 11 heavens of the ancestral immortal realm. Now that he has 13 heavens, the power of the immortal slaying sword formation is even more ferocious. 3 deities, comprehend it well. Yang Chuan said solemnly. Yes. The 3 deities replied. It's about to begin. Giguzi took a step forward. Yes. Yang Chuan nodded. Yang Chuan didn't sit in the dragon chariot. Instead, he led his officials back to the top of a mountain, where they stood there and looked out at the heaven-span sea. Immortal slaying sword, immortal culling sword, immortal trapping sword, and immortal ending sword. The 4 divine swords burst forth with dazzling 4-colored light. Surging evil aura erupted, causing countless cultivators to retreat again and again. Looking at the immortal slaying sword formation from afar, one could only see the outline and not the inside. 15th Saint, enter my formation. Sect Master Skyreach's shout came from within the immortal slaying sword formation. Boom. A deafening boom reverberated throughout the entire heavenspan domain. Wang. A white light descended from the sky. A saint suddenly appeared outside the immortal slaying sword formation. The first to appear was Saint Ziwei. He smiled slightly and stepped in, instantly entering the immortal slaying sword formation. Wang. The second and third to appear was Dongfang Bubai. There was also an unfamiliar face. Like Saint Ziwei, he arrogantly dispersed the white mist on his face. It was a fair-skinned man with a cold gaze. He was extremely handsome. Saint King, this is the ice god, the last saint of the netherworld. Meng Wenruo explained. Yang Chuan nodded. Wang. One after another, the saints appeared and stepped into the immortal slaying sword formation. In the blink of an eye, all 15 saints had entered. Among them, there was a red-robed saint with a golden saber image on his sleeve. Meng Wenruo said that he was called Blood Knife Ancestor. Inside the immortal slaying sword formation, Sect Master Skyreach faced the 15 saints. A great battle was about to break out. Wu Tian, Shimon, Palace Master Ju, Evil Old Demon, Yuan Tiangang, Peacock, Bloodknife Ancestor, Ziwei, Dongfang Bubai, Meigao Cave, Huazuan Tian, Zhuochuanqiu, Yang, Demon King Kong, and the Ice God. Everyone, I know that you still held back in the last battle. This time, please go all out. My immortal slaying sword formation will not show any mercy. Sect Master Skyreach's voice sounded. Boom. A loud sound suddenly came from the immortal slaying sword formation. A vast impact directly shot out in all directions from the immortal slaying sword formation. Endless sword chi followed this impact and stabbed countless cultivators. A large number of cultivators were hit by an unexpected disaster and immediately screamed. Then, another group of people quickly fled to the periphery. This battle was too terrifying. Heavenly Path. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the immortal slaying sword formation. Following which, the world turned dark as far as the naked eye could see. Rumble. Inside the immortal slaying sword formation, tremors sounded. Skyreach fought against 15 saints alone. Yang Chuan and the others looked into the distance solemnly. Saint King, Giguzi suddenly shouted. And pointed in a direction. Oh! Yang Chuan looked in the direction Giguzi pointed. He saw an old man sitting cross-legged on the peak of a mountain in the distance. It was extremely peaceful. The countless sword chi shooting from all directions seemed to have automatically dispersed. The old man looked at the immortal slaying sword formation, and a trace of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. Then, he looked at the dark clouds in the sky and slowly closed his eyes. Hongjun Ancestor? Saint King, Hongjuan's arrival is unusual, Giguzi said in a deep voice. Maybe. Yang Chuan said solemnly. Hongjun sat cross-legged. Countless cultivators in all directions did not care. After all, there were too few people who knew Hongjun. Amidst the countless sword chi, everyone waited patiently for the result. The battle between Skyreach and the 15 Saints was indeed extremely tragic. These 15 Saints were not ordinary, and some were even hiding their strength. They had been hiding their strength. The battle reached the 5th day. Boom! There was a loud sound, and then countless blood rain fell from the sky. On the ground, blood mist rose. Everyone knew that a saint had fallen first. Rumble. The ground churned. At this point in the battle, the saints dared not let their guard down and fought even harder. Skyreach became fiercer and fiercer as the battle went on. Under the Immortal slaying sword formation, the entire Skyreach territory was shaking. Boom! All of a sudden, a huge trench appeared on the ground. As soon as the trench appeared, countless amounts of earth fire spewed out. Rolling magma soared into the sky. Under the huge force, the entire Skyreach territory could not bear it. Bam! Bam! More and more places cracked to the core, and more magma spewed out. The dark environment was illuminated by the endless flames. The onlookers retreated again and again. The magma flowed into the surrounding sea, and the sea, which was already filled with tsunamis, suddenly mixed with water and fire. More and more cultivators escaped from Skyreach territory, their eyes filled with fear. The entire Skyreach territory was about to collapse. Chapter 1345. The Tongtian domain was like a big furnace. Dark clouds covered the sky and lightning flashed. Countless earthly fires soared into the sky below, and sword chi shot in all directions. It was extremely chaotic. The surrounding sea rolled up monstrous tsunamis. Countless cultivators fled from the inside in a panic. It was too unbearable. 5 days later, there were already saints who had fallen. Countless cultivators looked at the Immortal slaying sword formation in the distance in horror. Yang Chuan and the others also watched quietly. Meow, what a powerful battle. Meow jumped onto Yang Chuan's shoulder and said in surprise. Saint King, Tongtian can't hold on much longer. Giguzi raised his eyebrows. Oh! In the distance, sword chi scattered around the Immortal slaying sword formation. Cracks appeared on the formation. The 4 Tongtian divine swords were also trembling at this moment. Rumble. The internal battle continued. The trembling of the 4 divine swords became louder and louder. Crack. A crack suddenly appeared on the celestial ending sword. Cut off the world, break. Tongtian's loud roar came from the Immortal slaying sword formation. Under the loud roar, the 4 Immortal slaying swords bloomed with dazzling light again. Suppress. 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 The roars of the saints came from inside. Rumble. From where the 4 Immortal slaying swords were, the earth rumbled and churned, spreading in all directions like a huge wave, rolling in all directions. The original beautiful scenery had long been turned into ruins. Even Yang Chuan kept retreating for the safety of his officials. In the distance, cracks appeared on the celestial ending sword, celestial trapping sword, and celestial killing sword. Only the Immortal slaying sword was barely holding on. Tongtian, you lost. A loud roar came from inside the formation. If I don't die, I will never admit defeat. Tongtian's roar came. Roar. Break. Crack 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 crack. More and more cracks appeared on the 4 Immortal slaying swords. It's not too late to give up now. Otherwise, when the Immortal slaying sword formation breaks, it will be the time of your death. Another voice came. Ha 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 ha, then let me die? Tongtian's voice was filled with madness. Stubborn. Suppress. A loud roar. The Immortal slaying sword formation suddenly collapsed. Boom. The 4 Immortal slaying swords instantly turned into countless fragments that shot out in all directions. The Immortal slaying sword formation was broken. Broken. In the end, it was broken. Gui Guzi said regretfully. Just as Yang Chuan and the others were feeling regretful. Hong Jun, who was not far away, suddenly attacked. A horsetail whisk suddenly appeared in his hand. He tossed his horsetail whisk. Crash. The 3,000 horsetail whisk threads instantly shot towards the fragments of the 4 Immortal slaying swords. The fragments were instantly pulled back and tied up by the horsetail whisk, forming the shape of a sword once again. What? A cry of surprise rang out from within the immortal slaying sword formation. Boom! A deafening sound rang out. The countless dark clouds in the sky suddenly shattered. All of a sudden, the countless streams of sword chi in the heavenspan domain vanished. The surrounding earthfire also seemed to be suppressed by a huge force, unable to erupt. The battle within the immortal slaying sword formation had stopped. A vast aura spread out in all directions, slowly spreading out and pressing down on everyone's hearts. This aura. Gooey Goose's expression changed. Heavenspan has broken through. He's at the 14th firmament of the ancestral immortal realm, Yang Chuan said solemnly. Meow. What a powerful aura, Meow said in surprise. Everyone around them stared intently at the 4 immortal slaying swords that had been repaired by the horsetail whisk threads. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. Congratulations, fellow Daoist. Palace Lord Ju's voice sounded from within. Congratulations, fellow Daoist. Immediately, a series of congratulatory voices sounded. Clang. Clang, the 4 immortal slaying swords instantly shrank, and the 3,000 horsetail whisk threads slowly merged into them. The 4 immortal slaying swords shrank and gradually flew towards the center. The scene within the sword formation was exposed in front of everyone. The 14 sages were currently surrounding a black-robed man with disheveled hair in the center. Heavenspan. Heavenspan had his eyes closed and stood barefoot in the void. The 4 immortal slaying swords protected him. Heavenspan's body flowed with 14-colored light, and a majestic aura emanated from him. His hair was disheveled, and his clothes were tattered. There were many bloodstains on his face. However, no image could belittle Heavenspan's position in everyone's hearts. Even the sages were filled with envy when they looked at Heavenspan. That was the 14th firmament. He was not a sage. There were very few sages in the world. One had to know that in the heavenly nest, there were 15 ancestral immortals. Heavenspan was only 1 step away from them. Just 1 step. Whoosh. Heavenspan opened his eyes, and 2 14-colored lights shot out from his eyes. He looked at the sages and took a deep breath. Thank you for your help. You're welcome, fellow Daoist. The sages immediately said. One of the 15 sages was dead. Meigao Cave is dead, Giguzi said in a deep voice. Yang Chuan nodded. Meigao Cave was ultimately too weak. Heavenspan thanked the sages and turned to look at Patriarch Hongjun, who was at the peak of the distant mountain. Patriarch Hongjun had already stood up. Thank you for your help, teacher. Heavenspan bowed respectfully. Teacher. The expressions of countless cultivators suddenly changed. Those who knew Hongjun were fine, but those who did not all looked at Hongjun deeply, wanting to engrave him in their minds. Countless cultivators already knew that he was extraordinary when he attacked with his horsetail whisk 4 times. However, no one expected Hongjun to be sect leader Tongtian's teacher. Heavenspan was already so fierce. What would his teacher be like? Teacher. The sages also looked at Hongjun solemnly. Hongjun nodded gently and looked up at the sky. Nest. Hongjun suddenly said. His voice was not loud, but it seemed to spread all over the world. For a time, Heavenspan territory was filled with Hongjuan's voice. No, not just Heavenspan territory, but the entire world. For a time, the entire world was filled with Hongjuan's voice. His voice spread in all directions and went straight to all the major territories. Middle Heaven Continent. The Tsar, Ju, and Yarou Tianshang were standing outside a hall. Yarou Tianshang and Ju each pushed a force into the Tsar's body. The Tsar's eyes glowed with 14-colored light. Under the light, the Tsar looked to the north. It was as if the Tsar could see the battle situation in Heavenspan territory from an infinite distance. Hongjun, the Tsar said solemnly. Hongjun did not reveal himself in the 3rd epoch. Yarou Tianshang said with a frown. That's right. Hongjun was not as strong as me back then, but I could not figure him out, the Tsar said with a frown. What does Hongjun want to do now? Ju said with a frown. I don't know. However, Hongjun is too shrewd. It's really rare for him to expose himself like this, the Tsar said in a low voice. At the same time, Outer South Continent, Imperial Sky Territory. In the Imperial Sky Palace, Kong Huangtian slowly opened the door of the palace and stepped out. Old ancestor. Blind Kong immediately went forward. Kong Huangtian nodded. He stood on a high ground and looked to the north. Even though they were separated by an infinite distance, Kong Huangtian seemed to be able to see the scenery of Heavenspan territory. When Hongjun shouted, Heavenspan territory's battle began. Yellow clouds began to cover the sky. Rumble. Rolling yellow clouds gathered. Crack. A crack suddenly appeared in the yellow clouds. The crack was half the size of Heavenspan territory. Slowly, the crack opened up. A huge impact instantly struck everyone's hearts and souls. Plop. Almost everyone suddenly knelt down and kowtowed. They could not resist at all. Only those who stepped on the heaven and earth altar were exempted from kneeling. When Yang Chuan saw this, he knew that fate had arrived. He waved his hand, and all the kneeling officials were sent into the heaven-burying coffin. Only Yang Chuan was left standing on the heaven and earth altar. He looked at the sky with meow. Most of the surrounding cultivators knelt down, but some stepped on the heaven and earth altar. Although Heavenspan did not have the heaven and earth altar, at this moment, it blocked this vast heavenly might. Heavenspan looked at the sky in shock. A huge eye looked down on the world, and there was a supreme soul-sucking power in the eye. We've seen fate, the sages said. As they spoke, they looked at Hongjun, who was not far away. Under this huge pressure, Hongjun was indifferent, as if he was not affected at all. Hongjun. Chao's voice sounded in the void. Taking a deep breath, Hongjun nodded and said, Chao, it's time. I'm here to challenge you. Challenge? Fate. The countless cultivators kneeling in the surroundings were instantly filled with shock. Even the sages looked at Hongjun blankly. Did they hear wrongly? Chao was at the 15th level of the ancestral immortal realm. Even the sages did not dare to imagine how strong Chao was. The huge eye stared at Hongjun for a while. I thought that the first one to challenge me would be Kong Huangtian. I didn't expect it to be you. However, do you know what you're doing? If you can't defeat me, you will be annihilated and your soul will return to reincarnation. Perhaps you will never appear again. Chao's voice sounded again. I know. Hongjun nodded. Since you know? Then what right do you have to challenge me? Chao's voice sounded again. I will prove it to you. Hongjun said indifferently. Then, he looked around and suddenly looked at the south. In the south, Kong Huangtian of the southern outer continent was also staring at Hongjun. Hongjun and Kong Huangtian looked at each other from a distance. Hongjun flicked his wide sleeve and took out a bronze sword. Watch carefully. Hongjun took a deep breath and said. Shiying. Hongjun stabbed the sword toward the south. Boom. A sword energy shot from Hongjuan's sword toward the south. It was so fast that it seemed to have crossed space and time. In the blink of an eye, it was so fast that one could not see the end of it. Middle Sky Continent. What? How is that possible? The Tsar suddenly exclaimed. Hongjun was in the northern outer continent. That was the northern outer continent. The ferocious sword energy actually passed through the northern outer continent and the northeastern continent. Then, it instantly passed through the middle sky continent where he was and headed toward the south. Then, it passed through the southeastern continent and rushed toward the southern outer continent. It rushed toward the Imperial Heaven Territory and the Imperial Heaven Palace. The Tsar was dumbfounded. A sword that crossed the entire world? Was this still the Hongjun he knew? Most of the sages did not know what was going on. However, those who saw the power of this sword energy were shocked. At this moment, Tongtian was also shocked. When Hongjun was in the great wide world, he was only at the 13th level. He was now at the 14th level. Initially, he felt a little smug. However, when he saw this sword energy, only shock and confusion were left in his eyes. How powerful was his teacher? In front of the Imperial Heaven Palace in the southern outer continent. Kong Huangtian's eyes narrowed. He also took out a long sword and stabbed it toward Hongjun. Clang. When the swords collided, the two sword energies disappeared. The ear-piercing sound of swords colliding resounded in all directions. Hongjun kept his sword and looked up at the huge eye in the sky. "Chao, is my current strength enough for you to take me seriously?" Hongjun said calmly. Chapter 1346. Hongjuan's sword transcended the entire world and collided with Kong Huangtian's sword from the southern outer continent. Those who did not understand felt that it was unfathomable, but those who understood were all shocked. A sword transcended the entire world. Netherworld, Great Qin City. Liu Gang quickly reported, "Sage King, the southern outer continent's factory guard sent a message through his life token." In front of the Imperial Heaven Palace, Kong Huangtian's sword collided with an energy sword from the north. Zombie Yang Chuan's pupils constricted. A group of Great Shen's courtiers stood around with blank expressions on their faces. Only Guiguzi said thoughtfully, "Sage King, it's Hongjun?" Zombie Yang Chuan nodded. Only then did the officials turn solemn. Meanwhile, in Heavenspan territory, after Hongjuan's sword strike, he looked up at the sky. "Chao, is my current strength worthy of your attention now?" Hongjun said indifferently. Those who could still stand were all silent. Even Dongfang Bubai and Ziwei Saint, who had been arrogant before, looked at Hongjun solemnly. The Grandmaster of Heaven looked at Hongjun in admiration. Miao. Miao was puzzled. Clearly, it did not know the power of that sword strike. Yang Chuan looked up at the huge eye in the sky. The huge eye stared at Hongjun for a while. "Hongjun, you've indeed exceeded my expectations. Forget it. I'll set up a huge net for you. I hope you can succeed. You can step on me and enter a higher cultivation base." Chao's voice sounded. "Enter a higher cultivation base?" Yang Chuan raised his eyebrows. Yang Chuan heard it and let zombie Yang Chuan recount it. "Great Qin City, Great Qin City, Great Qin City." Guiguzi and the others' expressions changed. "I finally understand why Kong Huangtian said that Chao sacrificed himself for the world," Guiguzi said with a bitter smile. "It's just like the fate of the Great Kiliakasm. The fate of the Great Kiliakasm is to advance to the Transcendence realm. Here, Chao has an even greater goal. He hopes to use himself as a stepping stone. He hopes that someone can step on him and reach the 16th heaven of the ancestral immortal realm. For the sake of the common people, he did not hesitate to become a stepping stone. He only hoped that someone could advance to the peak and fight against fate. He could lead the common people to transcend. Heavenspan territory. A golden light flashed in the eye of heaven. Boom. With a loud bang, countless nets appeared from the eye of the heavens. More and more nets appeared, becoming denser and denser. They quickly spread out in all directions, connecting to all living things. Some of the nets were even connected to Yang Chuan, Miao, and everyone except Hongjun. "Is this the sky net? Heavenly net?" Yang Chuan said solemnly. "No. Not far away." Hongjun suddenly looked at Yang Chuan. Yang Chuan was slightly surprised. Hongjun was facing the enemy's nest. Why was he looking at him? Chao used heaven's net to cover the net of fate. If I defeat him, with fate as my witness, all of Chao's abilities will be imbued into me, helping me break through. If I can't defeat him, then I'll die. Hongjun explained. Yang Chuan was not the only one who was surprised. Even the group of saints and the prime of Tongtian were surprised. Yang Chuan was only at the 8th heaven of the ancestral immortal realm. Why did Hongjun place so much importance on Yang Chuan in such a life-and-death situation? "All living things under heaven, heed my command. Those who are close, kill Hongjun with all your might." Chao's voice resounded through the world again. This voice seemed to reach everyone's hearts through the net, including Yang Chuan, Miao, the group of sages, and Tongtian. "What?" Tongtian's expression changed. Yang Chuan and the others also narrowed their eyes. He reached out and sent Miao into the sky-burying coffin. "Miao, Yang Chuan, what are you doing?" Miao asked anxiously. Netherworld, Great Qin City. Miao was teleported to Yang Chuan's place. "Miao, Yang Chuan, why did you send me here?" Miao asked anxiously. Skyspan domain is too dangerous. Everyone wants to attack Hongjun. You can't go. Yang Chuan shouted. Meow, but won't it be too dangerous for you there? Meow said anxiously. I have ways to protect myself. Yang Chuan shook his head. But, how can everyone fight against Hongjun? What about Tongtian? Will he do it too? Meow asked in surprise. Yes. Yang Chuan nodded. How is that possible? Aren't Tongtian and Hongjun on the same side? He should be fighting Hongjun together with Hongjun, Meow said in surprise. Although Tongtian is strong, his will is no match for heaven. Unless one is at the 15th heaven of the ancestral immortal realm, no one can resist heaven's will. Moreover, heaven's net has been covered, and fate has witnessed it. Hongjun is now the enemy of the world, Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. At the same time, all the cultivators in Skyspan domain received heaven's order. Anyone who doesn't do their best will be killed. Heaven's second order came down. No. Tongtian roared in shock. Was he going to attack his teacher? The saints took out their weapons warily. Tongtian was the most conflicted. Hongjun looked at Tongtian and took a deep breath. Disciple, do your best. Master will give you one last instruction. Master. Tongtian was still unwilling. Remember, do your best. This is the last time. If you can't kill me, Master will kill you. Master can no longer turn back. Remember, do your best. Hongjun said solemnly. Tongtian's face was filled with pain. He looked up at the giant eye, his eyes filled with hatred. More and more experts gathered. In the blink of an eye, nearly 8,000 ancestral immortals had gathered. Because Tongtian had challenged the saints, more than half of the ancestral immortals in the world, regardless of yin or yang, had come. Originally, there were not so many ancestral immortals in the world. The main reason was that the heavenly Tao had been repaired and the bloodbath curse had been lifted. As a result, a large number of peak ancient immortals had broken through instantly, creating countless low-level ancestral immortals. With heaven's order, countless kneeling cultivators could immediately stand up. 8,000 ancestral immortals, 14 saints, Tongtian, and Yang Chuan. Countless peerless experts surrounded Hongjun. High in the sky, the eye of heaven looked down. Hongjuan's battle was almost like a one-man battle against the world. Hongjun took a deep breath and waved his sleeve. Rumble. The ground of Skyspan domain churned again. As it churned, countless crickets suddenly emerged from the ground. As the crickets crawled on the ground, waves of yellow energy rushed over. Roar, 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 roar. The 9 continents of the Yang realm and the 6 continents of the Netherworld were all over the world. The Dragon Vein's power seemed to have crossed space and time and quickly surged into Skyspan domain. The Dragon Vein's power quickly surged into the bodies of the crickets on the ground. Endless golden light shot out from the bodies of the crickets. Gradually, everyone saw that the crickets that churned out of Skyspan domain seemed to have become spirits and gradually transformed into human forms. Amidst the golden light, each cricket gradually transformed into Hongjuan's appearance. Each of them held a long sword and looked at the center. Tens of millions of crickets, tens of millions of Hongjuns. Hongjuan's true form, the third divine beast, cricket. Someone suddenly said. Tens of millions of Hongjuns. Countless cultivators were confused. The 8,000 ancestral immortals, who were originally aggressive, were at a loss. They should be the ones ganging up on Hongjun. Why were they surrounded? Tens of millions of Hongjuns. This scene made their hearts turn cold. Tens of millions of Hongjun clones quickly flew towards the center. 2 of them collided with each other. Boom. The 2 Hongjuns merged into one, and the aura around them suddenly increased. Power fusion? Yang Chuan said solemnly. Boom. 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 In an instant, a large number of Hongjun clones merged and quickly flew towards the center. In the blink of an eye, only tens of thousands of Hongjuns were left. Looking at the tens of thousands of Hongjuns, the countless cultivators did not dare to be the first to attack. Hongjuan's true form looked at the surrounding heroes and then looked at the huge eye in the sky. Nest, I'm going to start. Hongjun said indifferently. As he spoke, the tens of thousands of clones charged towards everyone. Remember, either I die, or you die. Every one of the doppelgangers roared. Boom. A huge battle instantly erupted. One of the Hongjuns even raised his sword and charged towards Yang Chuan. Yang Chuan's eyes narrowed. He did not dare to be careless. A Jade Emperor sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Ding! The Jade Emperor sword instantly collided with Hongjuan's clone. With one strike, Yang Chuan realized that the strength of this clone was not any weaker than his own. Yang Chuan, we're fighting again. Hongjuan's clone smiled faintly. Unfortunately, I'm fighting your clone again, Yang Chuan said solemnly. Ding! Both of their swords collided in the air again. You are Bai Huang's descendant. Bai Huang was someone I admired back then. I know that Bai Huang placed all his hopes on you. For Bai Huang's sake, I will help you again, Hong Jun's clone said in a deep voice. Oh! Yang Chuan revealed a hint of doubt. I know that you have 3 Emperor swords, the Grand Emperor, Jade Emperor, and God of Gods. They imitate the one Qi turning 3 pure ones. Unfortunately, the one Qi turning 3 pure ones has only transformed. Back then, the Grand Supreme only had the Grand Pure One. The 3 pure ones only had the form but not the meaning. Take the 3 swords. I'll show you what the true 3 pure ones are, Hongjuan's clone said solemnly. Boom. Yang Chuan took out the Grand Emperor sword and God of Gods. Shiying. God of Gods, Grand Emperor, and Jade Emperor immediately floated around Yang Chuan. Hongjuan's clone held a bronze sword in his hand. The Grand Supreme is the extreme, the 2 modes of yin and yang. The jade is clear and transparent, revealing one's nature. The superior is the inferior, and the inferior is the superior. Wang. Following Hongjuan's clone's shout, the surrounding space and time seemed to change. Yang Chuan and the 3 swords instantly appeared in a strange space. Inside, countless flowing lights flashed. They slowly formed 3 huge god statues. The god statues were formed by flowing lights, but they were incomparably mysterious. The 3 swords instantly surrounded the 3 god statues and danced quickly. Yang Chuan and Hongjuan's clone stood in a corner, facing each other. The 2 of them didn't make a move. They both looked at the 3 huge god statues. Hongjun, what are you doing? Yang Chuan felt that something was amiss. You will know in the future. However, for now, you should focus on strengthening yourself. The 3 pure ones' profundity, grand, jade, and superior, I'll gift it to you this time, Hongjuan's clone said solemnly. It wasn't just Yang Chuan's place. It was the same in other places. Every Hongjun fought against an ancestral immortal. In an instant, sword light soared into the sky. Instantly, a large number of ancestral immortals were slashed back by Hongjuan's clones. The extra saints merged again to fight against a group of saints. Rumble. Sounds of battle that were even more ferocious than before rang out in heaven-reaching territory. The ground trembled endlessly, and the surrounding tsunamis were boundless. Among them, the Hongjun clone that was fighting Tongtian was the strongest. Tongtian, watch carefully. This is my last battle with you. If I don't win, I will die. Without destruction, there can be no construction. Hongjuan's clone shouted at Tongtian. Teacher. Tongtian grabbed Immortal slaying sword and looked at Hongjuan's sword stabbing towards him with a conflicted expression. Remember clearly, if you don't win, you will die. Without destruction, there can be no construction. Hongjuan's sword seemed to have boasted through time and space as it rushed towards Tongtian's face. Chapter 1347. Boom. The entire Tongtian domain collapsed with a loud bang. Flames soared into the sky again. A huge domain was quickly disintegrated in the powerful battle. Countless cracks appeared on the ground, collapsing and rising. Endless seawater poured in. Clearly, it would not be long before the vast domain turned into countless islands. The internal battle was intense. Many ancestral immortals were pulled into a small space by Hongjun, including Yang Chuan. However, Hongjuan's clone did not enter the battle between Tongtian and Hongjuan's clone. The prime of Tongtian's strength was the strongest among this group of people. However, Hongjuan's clone was still abnormally fierce. Fierce sword chi tore through the void around the two of them. The surrounding battles were far away. At the peak of a mountain, Hongjuan's main body stood quietly, looking up at the huge eye. Hongjun and Chao looked at each other, not giving in. The battle around them did not seem to affect Hongjun and Chao at all. They just watched quietly. Tongtian, have you forgotten the sword Dao of the past? The four swords are sharp, and the sword formation is chaotic. However, there is a flaw. Hongjuan's clone shouted at the sword. Teacher, please guide me. Tongtian shouted at Hongjuan's sword with four swords. The four swords each have their own sharpness, but they are scattered in all directions. Back then, when you only had one sword, what was your mentality? What is your mentality now? Hongjun instructed. When I only had the immortal slaying sword, I lived with the sword. When the sword died, I died. After that, I refined 3 swords. Once the sword formation is out, who can compete with me? Tongtian said. When the sword lives, I live. When the sword dies, I die. No leeway is left. Unstoppable. If you don't win, you die. Hongjun stabbed out again. Boom. The 4 immortal slaying swords exploded. Tongtian's figure retreated thousands of miles before coming to a sudden stop. My clone's strength is the same as yours. Why did you lose? If I use a bit more strength with this sword, I can nail your fate. Hongjuan's clone said coldly. Tongtian stopped in the air. His eyes flashed with shock, and then sweat dripped down his forehead. Thank you, teacher. I have gone astray. Tongtian smiled bitterly. Whoosh. The 4 immortal extermination swords suddenly flew in front of Tongtian. Looking at the 4 dazzling swords before him, Tongtian narrowed his eyes. He reached out and grabbed the celestial ending sword. Boom. With one palm, the heaven-piercing palm shattered the celestial slashing sword. Buzz. The countless fragments let out a mournful wail. Bang. Bang. Tongtian once again shattered the immortal trapping sword and immortal slaughtering sword. The 3 divine swords were destroyed on the spot. Grabbing the celestial slayer sword, Tongtian took in a deep breath. My Tongtian, one sword is enough. Immortal slayer, I've gotten carried away over the years. You're the only one I care about. I'm the immortal slayer, and the immortal slayer is me. Buzz. The immortal extermination sword suddenly emitted a dazzling purple light, and its original ferocious cry doubled in size, under a terrifying suction force. The fragments of the celestial slaying sword, celestial trapping sword, and celestial slaughtering sword were instantly absorbed by the celestial slaying sword. Tongtian held the immortal extermination sword in his hand and looked at Hongjun. Holding the immortal slaying sword in his hand, he pierced through the void in all directions in an instant. It's enough that you can transform, Hongjun's clone said. Teacher, thank you for your guidance. Watch out for my sword. Tongtian shouted. Screech. The immortal extermination sword pierced through the void and shot straight at Hongjun's clone. Hongjun's clone stabbed with his sword. Clang. The 2 swords collided, and a trembling sound shook the void. A series of sword-shaped energy waves instantly shot out from the tips of their swords. Wherever the energy waves passed, everything would be sliced apart. Even an ancestral immortal who was fighting not too far away had half his body chopped off by the energy waves. Tongtian gradually entered a state. The ferocious look on his face during the battle slowly dissipated, and he was neither happy nor sad. Without the previous ferociousness, the power of the sword did not decrease. Instead, it became stronger. Rumble. The void suddenly trembled. Hongjun's clone showed a trace of relief. Teacher, this is not your main body after all, and the sword is not your main body. It's all formed by the dragon vein chi. Although its strength is still the same as mine, I have the advantage, Tongtian said in a deep voice. Boom. Hongjun's avatar exploded. Tongtian won, in another space. In a vast sea of blood, above the sea of blood, the 3 swords of God, Jade Emperor, and Grand Emperor were absorbing the 3 god statues. On the other side, above the blood waves, Yang Chuan was surrounded by bloodlight as he raised his head to look at Hongjun's clone. The Blood Sea Divine Art of Ming. In the early days, it was indeed magical. It absorbed the enemy's destructive power and turned it into its own power to break through. However, Yang Chuan, remember, don't rely on it too much. There are flaws in it. It's fine in the early days, but now, your cultivation needs to be 5 heavens above yours to help you break through. It's useless if you're below the 5th heaven. If you're above the 5th heaven, your life will be in danger. Don't rely on it too much. Moreover, others might have divine arts that can restrain you. Hong Jun's clone said in a deep voice. Yang Chuan had a head of blood hair. He nodded like a devil god and said, I understand, this divine art does have flaws. However, I need to recover the strength of my first life as soon as possible. Time waits for no one. Ha 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 ha, that's good too. This clone of mine has the power of 13 heavens. It can help you once. Take it. Hong Jun's clone struck with a palm. Boom. The entire blood sea collapsed with a loud rumble. Yang Chuan instantly entered the blood sea and received the gift of Hong Jun's palm. Rumble. The blood sea shrunk countless times, but a strong vitality spewed out. Hong Jun's clone stood high in the sky, his eyes narrowed slightly as he muttered to himself, Bai Huangdiezhi has made a great wish to create a divine art that can command the second era. I don't know what the result is, but don't let me down. Outside. Tong Tian slashed Hong Jun's clone and suddenly looked at Hong Jun's main body. Holding the immortal extermination sword, Tong Tian frowned slightly. He didn't know if he should go forward. At this moment, a red light suddenly descended from the huge eye of heaven. The red light rushed straight to Tong Tian. It was too fast and instantly enveloped Tong Tian. Ah! Tong Tian immediately roared in shock. Endless flames rushed into the sky. Hong Jun's main body frowned slightly. You want to possess Tong Tian and fight with me? There's no need for that. Oh! Chao's puzzled voice came from the void. Go back. I will satisfy you. Hong Jun said indifferently. Boom. The red light that shot straight to Tong Tian instantly flowed back and returned to the eye of heaven. Tong Tian was instantly free and looked at the eye of heaven warily. Hong Jun looked around. There were countless battles around. Hong Jun waved the long sword in his hand and said lightly, Time stop. Crack. Everything in the heavenspan domain suddenly came to a stop. Everyone who was originally fighting instantly froze. Some of the lava that soared into the sky also froze in midair. The breeze blew halfway and stopped there. Everything seemed to be frozen in time. Even with Tongtian's cultivation, he stood there motionless at this moment. The entire Tongtian territory instantly fell silent. The seawater rushed in from all directions, and the moment it rushed into Tongtian territory, it also froze. The space and time here were all frozen. Middle Sky Continent. The Tsar, Ju, and Yarrow Tianshang's expressions all changed. Time divine art. Is this the time divine art? The entire time has stopped. Yarrow Tianshang said in surprise. What a terrifying Hong Jun. He wasn't as powerful as me in the past. Now that time has stopped, even Tongtian can't resist it. Ju narrowed his eyes, and a dignified look flashed across his eyes. Outer South Continent. Kong Huangtian had been watching the battle in the outer North Continent. His expression had been calm until Hong Jun stopped time. Kong Huangtian's eyes flashed with a dignified look. With just this divine art, no one below the 15th level can match it. Kong Huangtian said in a deep voice. Tongtian territory. Hong Jun stopped space-time. Everything stopped. Only he could still move. The rotating stars in the starry sky also stopped. Time stop. Ju's voice was solemn. Ju, I'm coming. Hong Jun said in a deep voice. As he spoke, Hong Jun's body swayed slightly, and in a flash, his body stiffened and stopped moving. From Hong Jun's outline, a blue light figure slowly emerged. The light figure looked exactly like Hong Jun primordial spirit out of the body. Hong Jun's primordial spirit flew out of his body and headed straight for the eye of heaven. Whoosh! In an instant, it rushed into the huge eye. Rumble! The pupils of the heavenly eye underwent a drastic change. One red and one blue turned into 2 colors, forming the appearance of a yin-yang fish. It slowly rotated in the huge pupil of the eye of heaven. Rumble. From outside Tongtian territory, rolling dark clouds radiated in all directions. It expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the world of the living was covered by rolling dark clouds. In the blink of an eye, the netherworld was also covered by countless dark clouds. It was as if a storm was coming, pressing down on countless cultivators in the world until they couldn't breathe. Middle Sky Continent. The Tsar's eyes were solemn. Hongjun is so bold. He entered the heavens with his primordial spirit and fought against Ju's consciousness in the heavens. Netherworld, Great Qin City, Upper Study Room. Zombie Yang Chuan sat on a chair with his eyes closed, motionless. A group of empresses stood in the study room, as well as a group of important officials. Miao sat on Yang Chuan's desk. Looking up at the sky, although there was a roof separating them, she seemed to be able to see the rolling dark clouds in the sky. Miao's eyes revealed a hint of worry. Miao, what's wrong? Zizi went up and hugged her. I don't know. I suddenly feel very scared. Miao looked at the dark clouds in the sky and said fearfully, Don't be afraid. We're here. Everything will be fine. Zizi comforted. Why is Yang Chuan suddenly not talking? I want to know what's going on over there. Miao said worriedly. Something must have happened over there. Husband is not in the mood to talk right now. Don't disturb him. Zizi comforted. But what happened? Why is there no news at all? Miao said anxiously. The officials were also anxious. At that moment, Liu Gang stepped into the study room. Lord Liu, what happened? Gigu Zi immediately asked. Sir, something has indeed happened in Heavenspan Domain. The guards outside Heavenspan Domain have sent word that Hongjun has stopped time in the entire domain. Everything has stopped, and Hongjuan's nascent soul has entered the heavenly eye, said Liu Gang. What? Everyone's expression changed. This is the final battle. Chow. Hongjun. Gigu Zi frowned. Chapter 1348. Time stood still in the Tongtian territory. Amidst the rolling dark clouds, the red and blue pupils of the Eye of Heaven formed a huge yin-yang fish. The butterfly empress appeared at the periphery. She looked at the Eye of Heaven with worry in her eyes. In the Great Qin City, Miao looked at the dark clouds in the sky with fear in her eyes. In the Imperial Palace in the southern continent, Kong Huangtian looked to the north with a serious expression. Zhongtian Continent. In a valley. 7 men stood in the valley. Each of them was wearing a daoist robe. Their robes were red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple respectively. Each of them carried a huge gourd on their back. Among them were purple robe Meng Sansheng and yellow robe Sho Di, whom Yang Chuan knew. The 7 of them looked to the south with a serious look in their eyes. Big brother, it seems that we have underestimated Hongjun, Meng Sansheng said in a deep voice. The red-robed man nodded. Hongjun. He's also a peerless genius. Big brother, can't we come out? Sho Di asked in a deep voice. The red-robed man looked at Sho Di, shook his head, and said, break another seal. Yes. Sho Di nodded. Let's go back. Old 7, stay here and watch the battle. Tell us the result. The red-robed man said. Yes. Meng Sansheng replied. With that, the red-robed man led the other 5 and disappeared from the valley. Meng Sansheng looked to the north quietly. Rumble. Lightning flashed in all directions. The battle between Hongjun and Chao became more and more intense. Of course, countless cultivators could not understand it. Buzz. The Eye of Heaven's pupils suddenly turned blue. Hongjun. Kong Huangtian's eyes narrowed. Buzz. In the blink of an eye, the Eye of Heaven's pupils turned red again. Chow! The 2 types of pupils kept changing. Obviously, the battle between Chao and Hongjun was also extremely dangerous. Just like that, 3 days passed. You're just a primordial spirit after all. Chao's voice sounded. Yes, primordial spirit, Chao, the 3rd era. Since I was born, I have heard of your legends and envied your great achievements. This battle has fulfilled my wish. Hongjuan's voice sounded. You can wait. Chao's voice rang out. I can't wait any longer. Let me take the lead. Next, more and more people will challenge you. I'm done. You're having a harder time than me. Hongjun sighed. Chow. Waiting for death, waiting for others to kill you, this is a very difficult process, isn't it? In the end, you are greater than me. I have no regrets. Hongjun sighed slightly. Boom. A deafening explosion rocked the entire heavenspan domain. At the moment of the explosion, the void trembled violently. Time-stop instantly vanished. Boom. 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 Countless ancestral immortals had yet to unleash their full power, but they had instantly caused a huge commotion. Countless ancestral immortals were frantically trying to evade the attacks of Hongjuan's clones, but Hongjuan's nearly 10,000 clones seemed to have instantly exploded. A golden dragon vein energy suddenly exploded, and a cricket fell to the ground, dead on the spot. Close to WN Hongjuan's clones were instantly annihilated. What happened? What happened? Why is Hongjun gone all of a sudden? Countless cultivators revealed looks of surprise. Everything was fine just now. Why did Hongjun suddenly die? The Grandmaster of Heaven shuddered as he suddenly thought of something. A look of panic flashed across his eyes as he looked up at the Eye of Heaven in the sky. Boom. Some of the small spaces that Hongjun had opened up in the surroundings instantly collapsed. Yang Chuan's Sea of Blood was exposed, and the 3 divine swords absorbed the 3 statues that Hongjun had left behind into his body. In the Sea of Blood, Yang Chuan twisted his neck and stood above the Sea of Blood. Suddenly, he saw a cricket fall to the ground, and his face sank. In an instant, Yang Chuan guessed everything. Thank you. I've already broken through. Now, I'm at the 9th level of the ancestral immortal realm. Yang Chuan looked at the cricket's corpse and sighed. Then, Yang Chuan looked at Hongjun's main body not far away, and then at the huge Eye of Heaven in the sky. Boom. The Eye of Heaven remained the same, and the net of countless heavens quickly dissipated. Dark clouds rolled as the Eye of Heaven stared at Hongjun's body below. Boom. Without time stopping, countless earthly fires in the sky-reach dominion soared into the sky again. At this moment, all of Hongjun's clones were dead, and almost all of the ancestral immortals were staring at Hongjun's body. Hongjun. Yang Chuan's eyes revealed a grave expression. Whoosh. A gentle breeze blew past. Hongjun's body suddenly turned into dust and scattered with the wind. Teacher. Skyreach roared in shock. Great Qin City of the Netherworld. Sage Monarch, bad news. Zhao Jiao quickly rushed into the study. At this moment, zombie Yang Chuan had also awakened. The officials quickly told Yang Chuan everything that had stopped. What's wrong? Zombie Yang Chuan asked in a deep voice. Dead. Outside the great Qin city, countless crickets crawled out of the ground and died. Report. Come in. A guard rushed into the study and said, Sage Monarch, Batian Dominion sent a letter. Endless crickets suddenly died. Report. Sage Monarch, Netherworld Sea sent a letter. Endless crickets suddenly died. Report. Sage Monarch, True Dragon Dominion's endless crickets suddenly died. Countless news came. Not only Great Zhen, but almost every place in the world had this phenomenon. The world's crickets instantly died. Meow, that's great. I suddenly feel better. Meow suddenly laughed. Outside Tongtian Dominion, Butterfly Queen also revealed a smile as she looked at the Eye of Heaven and smiled. Hongjun is dead. Yang Chuan frowned as he looked up at the sky. Teacher, teacher. Skyreach roared in grief. No. A sorrowful roar shook the surrounding ancestral immortals, causing their blood to churn. In the sky, the Eye of Heaven stared at Hongjun's dissipating corpse. He sighed softly. Sigh. After a long sigh, all the ancestral immortals suddenly fell silent. Hongjun's righteousness, the world will mourn for 10 days to send Hongjun off. Chao's voice suddenly sounded. Woo. Woo. The mournful sound of horns resounded in the world. A majestic rain of blood fell from the sky. On the ground, blood mist churned endlessly. In the sky, the Eye of Heaven looked at the place where Hongjun died again. Skyreach knelt at the place where Hongjun's corpse dissipated, crying endlessly. Sigh. Chao's voice sounded again. Slowly, the eye of heaven closed. Gradually, it disappeared into the clouds and mist. The rain of blood fell wildly, and only Skyreacher's endless cries could be heard in the Tongtian dominion. However, at this moment, no one dared to spare Skyreach. Even the sages did not dare to disturb him. The sages looked at the place where Hong Jun disappeared and bowed solemnly. Yang Chuan looked at that place and sighed softly. Outer South Continent. Kong Huangtian looked at the rain of blood and said bitterly, 10 days of mourning? Will I be the same in the future? Kong Huangtian smiled bitterly and walked back to the imperial palace. 3 emperors' holy court. Zhu, Yarou Tianshang, and the Tsar were silent. Even Hong Jun was defeated. Hong Jun is dead. The Tsar frowned and sighed. Netherworld, Great Qin City. All of you can leave. I want to be alone. Yang Chuan took a deep breath and said. Yes. Everyone answered. Meow, Yang Chuan, what do you want to be alone for? Meow called out. Don't disturb our husband. Zizi carried Meow out of the study. In the study, Yang Chuan closed his eyes and pondered. His fingers gently tapped on the armrest of the chair. In the early days, Hong Jun hid and did not let the world know. This time, he suddenly appeared in the outer North Continent. Then, he helped Wu Jiong break through. Then, he helped Skyreach break through. He helped me again. Everything seems to be Hong Jun's last word. Yang Chuan frowned and pondered. Did Hong Jun see his future? But, that's not right. If that's the case, why did he hide it back then? All the crickets in the world are destroyed. Hong Jun is dead, and the crickets are extinct. It's clear to the world that Hong Jun is really dead. Yang Chuan pondered. However, this scene has already happened once in the Great Thousand Realms. Furthermore, this time, it's somewhat abnormal. Hong Jun was such a proud person. If he really knew that his time was up, would he give his last words? No, if it were me, I wouldn't either. Yang Chuan thought to himself. If I saw my future and my time was up, I wouldn't feel sorry for myself. I would fight against the heavens with my life. I wouldn't, and Hong Jun probably wouldn't either. However, he did so. Furthermore, he was seeking his own death. Also, although Hong Jun's clone's last words were said very softly, it was above my sea of blood after all. How could I not have heard it? Bai Huang Diezhi made a great wish to create a magic ability to command the second epoch. I don't know what the result is. Don't disappoint me. Don't disappoint you. Are you looking forward to it? Since you're looking forward to it, it means that you want to see it one day. See it. I know that as long as the crickets are not destroyed, Hong Jun will not die. Now, all the crickets in the world are dead. However, there is still one place, your Purple Cloud Palace. No one knows where that place is. Hong Jun, are you in such a hurry to die because you want to hide from it? Yang Chuan's mind kept spinning. The world mourned. In front of the Taiji Palace of the Great Zhu Heavenly Court in the Yang Realm's West Outer Continent, Wu Jiong held a small golden ball in his hand and looked at the endless blood rain in the sky. Celestial Emperor, has Hong Jun died? Shangguan Wan stood behind him and asked respectfully. Wu Jiong looked at the sky with a complicated expression and then at the small golden ball in his palm. This small ball was connected to the Purple Cloud Palace, which was also the location of Earth that Yang Chuan had been searching for. Wu Jiong looked at the small golden ball in his palm and carefully put it away. Are all the crickets in the world dead? Wu Jiong asked solemnly. Yes, news came from all over. There are crickets' corpses everywhere, Shangguan Wan said carefully. Since all the crickets in the world are dead, then teacher is really dead. Don't touch his original hall. Go and make a memorial tablet. I want to worship it. Wu Jiong said solemnly. Yes. Shangguan Wan nodded. However, her heart was filled with confusion. Was the Celestial Emperor not on good terms with his teacher? Making a memorial tablet was something that should be done by a disciple. How could he let an outsider do it? However, Shangguan Wan was very obedient. She did not ask anything and quickly did as Wu Jiong asked. Chapter 1349. Heaven-span Dominion. Hongjun had died, and countless crickets had died. Countless amounts of dragon vein energy flowed out from his body. Most of the endless dragon vein energy flowed out in all directions, but a small portion fell into the crumbling heaven-span Dominion. The sky-span domain, which had been shattered, started to grow rapidly after the dragon chi fell. The cracks that had been there were also quickly mended. Rumble. The earth fire soon stopped spewing. The earth was quickly recovering, and the heaven and earth yuan chi was much thicker than before. Not long after, heaven-span Dominion regained its vitality. Skyreach knelt in front of Hongjuan's corpse, his eyes filled with grief and indignation. Around him, thousands of ancestral immortals and sages had heavy hearts. After today's battle, everyone realized how insignificant they were. So insignificant that even the sages realized how laughable the strength they were proud of in the past was. Sage. Invincible. They couldn't even deal with one of Hongjuan's clones. In front of Hongjun, they were at his mercy. Taking a deep breath, everyone felt heavy. Among them, Sage Zhuochuanqiu felt the most. He looked at the land where Hongjun had split apart, then looked at the sky, and finally looked at Yang Chuan not far away. Strength. If Yin Hentian doesn't die, it will be difficult for my strength to increase. If I want to establish myself in the world now, I have to kill Yin Hentian. Only with his death can I inherit more of the dual pupil clan's strength, Zhuochuanqiu whispered to himself. Zhuochuanqiu looked at Yang Chuan with determination. On the other side, another person had been staring at Zhuochuanqiu. Hua Zuantian had been staring at Zhuochuanqiu. Zhuochuanqiu. Hua Zuantian finally couldn't hold back and shouted. Huh! Everyone looked over. Zhuochuanqiu also looked at Hua Zuantian blankly. It's you, Zhuochuanqiu. So it's you. Hua Zuantian said with a tone of hatred. Hua Zuantian, what did you say? Zhuochuanqiu said in a deep voice. Just now, when Hongjuan's clone fought with you, I saw it. I saw that green mist palm of yours. I will never forget it. Hua Zuantian said coldly. Around them, countless people revealed blank expressions. Green mist palm? In the past, when the lotus god entered my world, it was Reverend Qing Wu who introduced him to me. All these years, I have been painstakingly searching for Reverend Qing Wu. As it turns out, Reverend Qing Wu is you. You are Reverend Qing Wu. It's you who colluded with the lotus god, it's you. Hua Zuntian roared out angrily. Hua Zuntian, don't you think it's funny? Everyone knows that you colluded with Lotus God, and you still want to push the blame onto me? Zhuochuanqiu said coldly. I was deceived by you. So it was all your scheme. The destruction of the world was all caused by you. Lotus God. In the past, I didn't have many friends. If there were no accidents, it would have been impossible for me to know the Lotus God. You used me to destroy heaven and earth, and even used me to make the Yin family bear the infamy of 1,000,000 years. Zhuochuanqiu, you hid so deeply. You are a traitor to the entire world. Hua Zuantian exploded. I don't know what you're talking about. Zhuochuanqiu denied. You still won't admit it. Azure mist palm, I saw it with my own eyes back then. Do you think that I can't recognize it? Hua Zuantian still rebuked angrily. Zhuochuanqiu wanted to say more. Shut up. Tongtian suddenly shouted. With a loud shout, the surroundings suddenly fell silent. My teacher has just passed away. Those who are making trouble for no reason, scram. Tongtian Dominion does not welcome you. Tongtian shouted angrily. Zhuochuanqiu and Hua Zuntian were slightly stunned. Sorry to disturb you. Goodbye, Zhuochuanqiu said. With that, he stepped away. You want to leave? Zhuochuanqiu. Hua Zuntian shouted angrily. Then, Hua Zuntian chased after him. Farewell. The sages all around called out. Whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the group of saints left. The group of ancestral immortals looked around and also left. Yang Chuan walked to Tongtian's side and sighed slightly. Tongtian, my condolences. Tongtian turned his head and looked at Yang Chuan. His eyes were still filled with sadness, but he finally nodded. Then, he waved his hand, and several mountains flew over quickly to fill up the place. Tongtian also took out a huge black stone. The immortal slaying sword quickly slashed, and in the blink of an eye, a huge monument was erected in front of the mountains. Tongtian waved his sword quickly. In the blink of an eye, a line of words was engraved on the huge monument. My teacher, Hongjuan's tomb. Teacher, I will never forget your kindness. I will definitely seek justice for today's grudge in the future. Tongtian bowed respectfully to the huge tomb. Yang Chuan looked at the huge monument. Although he had some suspicions about Hongjun, Yang Chuan was not prepared to say it out loud. He just looked at it. Tongtian, this matter is over. I have to go back. If there's anything, come find me, Yang Chuan said. Tongtian looked at Yang Chuan and nodded. He bid farewell to Tongtian. Yang Chuan did not delay any longer. He summoned the dragon carriage from the heaven-burying coffin, got on the dragon carriage, and returned to the capital. In the netherworld, Hua Zuntian chased after Zhuochuanqiu relentlessly. Zhuochuanqiu, I hate you so much. You traitor of heaven and earth, creating the ancient calamity and deceiving me for so many years, continuing to do evil for you. Hua Zuntian shouted angrily. Hua Zuntian, you are too stubborn. No one cares about what happened back then anymore. What are you still arguing about? Zhuochuanqiu snorted coldly as he flew. I want justice, I want innocence. Hua Zuntian said in grief and indignation. Justice? Innocence? What's the use of that thing? Page, that's right. Back then, I was the one who formed an alliance with the Lotus God. So what? Do you think it's still 1,000,000 years ago? Zhuochuanqiu laughed loudly. Hua Zuntian's entire body was filled with anger. Wake up. It's already not 1,000,000 years ago. The powerhouses of the world have changed countless times. Who still remembers the past? Who would still be serious about what happened back then? The heavens are dead. Is the heavenly Tao collapsing? Now that Chao is in control of the heavens, the heavenly Tao has been replenished. Everything has been restored. The past is already the past. Zhuochuanqiu shouted. No, I will never forget this hatred. You have to be responsible for the calamity of the common people. Hua Zuntian shouted. As he spoke, Hua Zuntian sent a palm strike towards Zhuochuanqiu. Boom. The two sages' palms collided, and a great battle broke out. Ph, stubborn old man. Zhuochuanqiu snorted coldly. He continued to walk towards the Zhuo family. Stop. I want to capture you and apologize to the Zhuo family. Hua Zuntian shouted. Capture me. With just you. Zhuochuanqiu snorted coldly as he continued to fly. The two sages quickly traveled through the underworld, heading south. 3 months later. Underworld, Great Qin City. Swish. A white light shot out from the southwest. What is it? A large number of guards quickly reacted. Boom. The white light landed outside the Great Qin City. A mountain was smashed into pieces by the force of the crash. Immediately, countless cultivators rushed to the crater. In the crater, a white-robed figure was lying in the crater. His body was covered in injuries, and his face was covered in a layer of fog. This is a sage. Someone suddenly exclaimed. Old ancestor? Hua Bing, who was outside the city, suddenly exclaimed. The sage was Hua Zuntian. In an instant, the news quickly spread throughout the Great Qin City. The Great Qin City was in an uproar. A sage had fallen outside the Great Qin City. Even zombie Yang Chuan was alarmed. When Desolation Hua received the news, he immediately rushed out of the Great Qin City, his eyes filled with anxiety. The old ancestor was injured. He fell outside the Great Qin City. Who was it? Who could hurt the old ancestor? Desolation Hua rushed out in fear. Soon, zombie Yang Chuan led a group of officials and flew out. They quickly arrived at the huge crater. Great Qin's countless soldiers had already cordoned off the area. No cultivators were allowed to approach. In the crater, Hua Bing supported the heavily injured Hua Zuntian. Old ancestor, Desolation Hua cried out in shock and quickly rushed forward to support him. At this moment, the fog on Hua Zuntian's face disappeared, and he looked dispirited. Family head. Hua Zuntian revealed a trace of relief. Old ancestor, why are you like this? Desolation Hua immediately cried. He hugged Hua Zuntian with a look of horror. Whoosh! Zombie Yang Chuan landed in front of the huge crater. Holy King, please save the old ancestor. Desolation Hua immediately cried out. Did you injure your fate? Yushi. Yang Chuan called out. Mo Yushi quickly flew over. Mo Yushi quickly extended her hand, and a blue light entered Hua Zuntian's body. Hey! Mo Yushi's brows raised. What's wrong? Desolation Hua asked anxiously. Hua Zuntian shook his head and said, Many thanks for Yang Di's good intentions, but it's useless. I did injure my fate. However, this body is not my main body. You can't save me here. Ah! Then old ancestor, where's your main body? Desolation Hua asked anxiously. It's useless. My main body is about to be destroyed. Ha ha ha, I overestimated myself. Hua Zuntian said bitterly. Old ancestor, how can I save you? Desolation Hua asked anxiously. Hua Zuntian shook his head. He looked at Yin Hentian who was behind Yang Chuan. Yin Hentian. Hua Zuntian called out. Yin Hentian was slightly puzzled as he stepped forward. All these years, I've let down your Zhua family and helped Zhua Chuanqiu do many wrong things, Hua Zuntian said bitterly. Yin Hentian looked at Hua Zuntian and frowned. Forget it, it's all in the past. Ha ha ha, it's all in the past. However, I will never forget it. Yin Hentian, do you know who colluded with the Lotus God? Who caused the complete destruction of your Zhua family? Hua Zuntian said bitterly. Yin Hentian frowned. It's Zhua Chuanqiu. It's him. He colluded with the Lotus God and then introduced me to him. Then, step by step, he caused a calamity in the world. Step by step, he caused the destruction of your Yin family. Hua Zuntian said bitterly. Oh! Yin Hentian said in surprise. I've let down your Yin family. I've been used all these years. However, you have to be careful now. Zhua Chuanqiu no longer has any scruples. He will come to kill you very soon. You have to be careful. Hua Zuntian shouted. I'm very safe in Diasian. No one can hurt me. Yin Hentian shook his head. No, Zhua Chuanqiu has already been exposed by me. He has no scruples. In his house, there are treasures left behind by the Lotus God. I was heavily injured by the treasures left behind by the Lotus God. He will be coming soon. You have to be careful. Hua Zuntian said bitterly. It's Zhua Chuanqiu? Desolation Hua's eyes flashed with hatred. Chapter 1350. Hua Zuntian explained weakly. Zhua Chuanqiu? Hatred flashed across Desolation Hua's eyes. Old ancestor, where's your main body? Where's your main body? Desolation Hua asked anxiously. Hua Zuntian smiled bitterly. Silly child, this old man can't live anymore. My fate is broken and my body is destroyed. With the power of my fate, I used this clone to bring the saint position here. There are some things that I need to remind you of. What? Old ancestor, you should be fine. There must be a way. Desolation Hua was anxious. Hua Zuntian suddenly extended a finger and pointed at Desolation Hua's forehead. Wang. Desolation Hua was instantly unable to move. Old ancestor, what are you doing? Yang Di, this old man won't live for long. I made many mistakes in the past. Yang Di, please don't blame me, Hua Zuntian said bitterly. The past is the past. Zombie Yang Chuan nodded. Nodding, Hua Zuntian looked at Desolation Hua. Desolation, do you know why I named you Desolation? Hua Zuntian said bitterly. Desolation Hua was unable to move, but he could still speak. Why? Desolation? After he understood, Desolation Hua had asked the old ancestor to change his name many times, but Hua Zuntian had never allowed it. Why was he given such a negative name? I didn't give you this name. It's you. Hua Zun Tian smiled bitterly. Himself? Desolation Hua's eyes widened. On the day you were born, within a radius of 100 li, people and animals died. All the plants withered and died. Baleful aura soared into the sky. Dark clouds covered the sky. Hua Zun Tian recalled. What? Desolation Hua was shocked. That day, I was in seclusion when I was suddenly alarmed. I immediately sealed off everything around me and saw you. At that time, your face was pitch black and endless baleful aura enveloped you. The baleful aura slowly left your body and gradually condensed into the words Desolation Hua. Hua Zun Tian said solemnly. My body is surrounded by baleful aura? Desolation Hua was shocked. Yes, the name of the Hua clan's ancestor, Desolation Hua. Hua Zun Tian said solemnly. What? The surrounding Hua clan members all revealed a look of surprise. Ancestor? What ancestor? Countless Hua clan members did not understand. Old ancestor, you aren't joking, right? Desolation Hua said in shock. It's true. I was also muddle-headed. A trace of memory in my bloodline was aroused by your baleful aura. Only then did I know this bit of information. Unfortunately, your baleful aura quickly disappeared. Hua Zuantian said in a deep voice. Primogenitor? I don't understand. What primogenitor does my Hua clan have? Hua Desolation cried out. Why did I leave you alone in the sin and death manor? Do you know why? Hua Zuantian said bitterly. Yes. 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 The old ancestor dotes on me. Desolation Transformation said coldly. Hua Zun Tian nodded his head. That's one thing. On the other hand, you can't stay with them, because in your previous life, there was a star in the sky, and that was you. Me? Xing Chen? Heavenly Calamity Lone Star. Hua Zuantian said solemnly. Heavenly Cursed Loner? Tian Sho. Am I destined to be a lone star? Could it be that my parents died because of me? Desolation Transformation said in shock. No, it's not your destiny. It's you. You are the Heavenly Calamity Lone Star. The Big Dipper star group, Purple Micro, is the only one who can contend with Purple Micro. Hua Zun Tian explained. I don't understand. I'm a lone star. If this isn't my destiny, then what is it? Desolation Transformation said puzzledly. If it's not destiny, then you're a lone star. All the people in the world who have the destiny of a lone star are under your control and should listen to your orders. Cough, cough, cough. Hua Zun Tian said somewhat agitatedly. What? Desolation Transformation said puzzledly. Desolation, my last life's power, and my holy birth, are all left for you. I will awaken your memories. I'm leaving. Take good care of the Hua clan. Hua Zun Tian said solemnly. No, don't. Desolation Transformation's eyes immediately turned red as he cried out. But Desolation Transformation was unable to move. Buzz. Hua Zun Tian's body suddenly emitted a 15-colored light, rushing straight between Desolation Transformation's eyebrows. Boom. Desolation Transformation's body suddenly trembled, as if he had fallen into a coma, his eyes gradually closing. Rumble. Billowing energy flowed from Hua Zun Tian's fingertip into Desolation Transformation's eyebrows. Gradually, a 15-colored crystal appeared from Hua Zun Tian's mouth. The crystal slowly melted and entered Desolation Transformation's body. Old ancestor. The surrounding Hua clan disciples cried out. Yang Chuan and the others stood outside, watching with furrowed brows. Lone Star? Yang Chuan frowned and pondered. Holy King, Hua Zun Tian just said that these are bits of ancient memories sealed in his bloodline. The Second Epoch. No one knows what the Second Epoch is like. Gui Guzi frowned. Zombie Yang Chuan nodded. Liu Gang. Yang Chuan suddenly shouted. Here. Liu Gang immediately stepped forward. Use your life tablet to send a message to the guards near the Zhou clan. Immediately investigate the Zhou clan's situation. Yang Chuan said solemnly. Yes. Liu Gang immediately retreated. Boom. Billowing energy flowed into Desolation Transformation, and the Hua clan disciples cried out. Hua Zun Tian's body gradually became transparent, and the 15-colored crystal also penetrated into Desolation Transformation's body. Crack. There seemed to be the sound of an eggshell cracking inside Desolation Transformation's body. Bang. A monstrous baleful aura suddenly surged out from Desolation Transformation's body. Buzz. In the distant starry sky, a beam of starlight suddenly shot down. The color of this starlight was even more special. It was a black starlight that shot straight at Desolation Transformation. Whoosh. Hua Zun Tian revealed a trace of an excited smile. Crack, 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 crack. The sound of eggs cracking became more and more frequent. Boom. The black starlight became denser and denser, rushing straight down. In an instant, the surroundings of the Great Qin city were suddenly filled with the wailing of thousands of ghosts. Zombie Yang Chuan waved his sleeve, and everyone quickly retreated. He forced the baleful aura to be unable to affect the surrounding dead spirits. What a dense baleful aura! Gooey Goozy exclaimed. Buzz. Immediately after, the baleful aura suddenly retracted and was completely absorbed into Desolation Transformation's body. The black light in the starry sky also slowly disappeared. Desolation Transformation's body was pitch black as he sat cross-legged, as if he was refining something. Ha 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 ha. Hua Zun Tian laughed loudly. Amidst his laughter, Hua Zun Tian's body became more and more transparent, gradually turning into light fragments and gradually disappearing. Old ancestor, don't die. Countless descendants of the Hua family wailed. Boom. There was a loud explosion between heaven and earth. Amidst the rolling dark clouds, blood rain fell from the sky, and blood mist rose from the ground. The sound of sorrowful music spread through heaven and earth. Another saint had fallen. Old ancestor. The descendants of the Hua family knelt on the ground and wailed, heartbroken. Desolation Transformation sat cross-legged and entered a state of emptiness. Hua Zun Tian is dead. Mo Yu she sighed slightly. Yang Chuan was silent for a moment. Hua Bing, not far away, Hua Bing was crying sorrowfully. Hearing Yang Chuan's shout, she wiped her tears and said respectfully, Saint King, I don't know when Desolation Transformation will wake up. Hua Zun Tian has fallen, you will be in charge of his funeral. Yang Chuan said solemnly. Yes. Hua Bing replied with sadness. Underworld, Inner South Continent. Zhou family. Zhou Chuanqiu stood in front of a hall and looked up at the sky. Amidst the rolling dark clouds, blood rain fell wildly, and sorrowful music sounded everywhere. A saint had fallen, and heaven and earth mourned. Hua Zun Tian? You only have yourself to blame. Originally, Lotus God thought highly of you, but you don't know what's good for you. You can't blame others. Zhou Chuanqiu said coldly. While speaking, Zhou Chuanqiu walked back to the hall. Buzz. In the hall, a burst of green fog suddenly appeared. Zhou Chuanqiu faced the green fog and said respectfully, Lotus God, Yang Chuan's development is too fast. I want to destroy Yang Chuan and Yin Hentian. Lotus God, please help me unseal the treasure left behind by Lotus God. The green fog trembled slightly, and then a voice came from inside. I have already informed Wu Tian. He will be here soon. Wu Tian. Zhou Chuanqiu's expression changed. Lotus God's strategizing is far inferior, Zhou Chuanqiu said in admiration. Only now did Zhou Chuanqiu know that the former number one saint in the world, Wu Tian, was actually a chess piece buried by Lotus God. Wu Tian. Wu Tian. No wonder he was so arrogant that he did not put heaven in his eyes. It turned out that he was against heaven. En. Lotus God's voice came from the green fog, and then the green fog slowly dissipated. At this moment, a huge aura descended from the sky. Wu Tian. Zhou Chuanqiu shouted. The owner of the aura instantly arrived in the hall. It was Saint Wu Tian. Zhou Chuanqiu, where is Lotus God's treasure? I will open it. Wu Tian said. Please. Zhou Chuanqiu sighed. Lotus God was meticulous. Even if he left behind a treasure, he was still on guard. The two of them quickly came to the side of a small house. The door was covered with countless restrictions. It's here. There is a small space inside. If you forcefully break the door, the small space will collapse and disappear. The treasures inside will also disappear. You can only use a secret technique to open this door. Zhuo Chuanqiu explained. Lotus God taught me hand seals, Wu Tian said in a low voice. As he spoke, he quickly formed a large number of hand seals, one after another, quickly hitting the door. Buzz! The restrictions on the small door melted like snow and quickly broke open. It's done, Wu Tian said. Zhuo Chuanqiu immediately opened the small door. The two of them stepped in. The moment they entered, the two of them immediately stopped. In the small space, clouds and mist lingered. It was dreamy and illusory. In the center was a small pool. In the small pool, the pool water was divided into two colors, one black and one white. Above the white pool water, there were 6 large black lotus flowers with a diameter of 3 feet. Above the black pool water, there were 9 large white lotus flowers. 15 lotus flowers emitted a gentle light. This is it, Wu Tian said in surprise. I heard from Lotus God that this is called the Yin-Yang Restoration Lotus. Zhuo Chuanqiu's eyes flashed with excitement. Yin-Yang Restoration Lotus? Wu Tian was puzzled. Every single one of them can completely replicate you or me. It can be maintained for a year. Zhuo Chuanqiu explained. You mean to say that these 15 lotus flowers can create an exact copy of you and me? To duplicate you and me, 15 saints, and not lose any power for a year? Wu Tian's eyes narrowed. Yes. Not long ago, 15 saints fought against Tongtian. Now, I want 17 saints to destroy Tongtian, Zhuo Chuanqiu said in a low voice. Good. Wu Tian laughed. Chapter 1351. Zhuo Chuanqiu stepped into one of the black lotuses. He lay flat on the ground. Wang. A layer of 14-colored light emerged from the black lotuses and enveloped Zhuo Chuanqiu. Immediately, a repulsive force pushed Zhuo Chuanqiu out. Zhuo Chuanqiu flew out and looked at the black lotuses. Countless colorful lights gathered in the center of the black lotuses. A large amount of energy poured into the center of the colorful lights, and the black lotuses gradually withered. As the black lotuses withered, a human figure formed in the center of the colorful lights. Crack, 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 crack. The black lotuses completely withered and turned into ashes that scattered in the pool. The human figure slowly flew over. It looked exactly like Zhuo Chuanqiu, but its face was blurry. Greetings, fellow Daoist, the person said respectfully to Zhuo Chuanqiu. Exactly the same, take my palm, Wu Tian said excitedly. Boom. Wu Tian and the human figure's palm collided. The void trembled, and Zhuo Chuanqiu quickly protected the lotus pool. Their palms collided and separated. Good, good, good. Wu Tian cried out excitedly. It's the same. Zhuo Chuanqiu smiled. Yes, I wonder if he can use the power of heaven and earth like us. Wu Tian suddenly thought of something. Of course, he can. He's a complete clone of me. Not only my body, but even my position as a sage is completely copied. Zhuo Chuanqiu said confidently. If that's the case, great perfection will definitely be destroyed. Wu Tian said excitedly. I know that you have a grudge with Yang Chuan. He destroyed your sect, and you destroyed his dynasty. I'll do the same. What I want to do is to kill Yin Hentian, Zhuo Chuanqiu said in a low voice. The matter in Skyspan territory has just ended, and the human Yang Chuan hasn't had time to return to Xianyang. I'll destroy Xianyang first. Wu Tian said in a low voice. Let's move together. I'll go to Great Qin City, and you go to Xianyang City. Let's make it so that the zombie Yang Chuan can't attack both sides. After destroying Xianyang City, we'll immediately come to the Netherworld, Zhuo Chuanqiu said. All right, Wu Tian replied. Immediately, the two of them lay down in the lotuses. They quickly copied the two sages. Before long, all 15 lotuses withered, and the lotus pool below dried up. But for the two saints, this was enough. Behind Wu Tian were 9 Wu Tian clones. Behind Zhuo Chuanqiu were 6 clones of Zhuo Chuanqiu. I'm leaving first. Before Yang Chuan returns to Xianyang City, I'll destroy Xianyang City, Wu Tian said in a deep voice. Yes. Boom! 10 Wu Tians soared into the sky. As the void trembled, they instantly entered the world of the living. He decided on a direction. Let's go. Wu Tian shouted. All right, the 9 replicas replied. Boom! The 10 saints shot towards Yan Yang. Saints could mobilize the power of heaven and earth, so their speed was naturally faster than Yang Chuan's dragon carriage. Zhuo Chuanqiu sent Wu Tian off. He extended his hand and took out a 12th grade green lotus. Lotus God, thank you for your treasure, Zhuo Chuanqiu said solemnly. Go. Zhuo Chuanqiu soared into the sky. The 6 Zhuo Chuanqiu clones quickly flew towards the great Qin city. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the 7 Zhuo Chuanqiu disappeared into the horizon. After the 7 Zhuo Chuanqiu left, a black-robed man appeared outside the Zhuo family. The man had a head of long hair and was extremely handsome. There was a black line between his eyebrows as he stared at the Zhuo family. The man was none other than Yang Chuan and Mo Yushi's son, Yang Dongyan. However, Yang Dongyan was currently under the control of the soul controlling technique. All of his emotions had been erased, and he was extremely loyal to the Lotus God. He had changed his name to the Nether King. The Nether King looked at the vast Zhuo family in front of him as he watched the 7 Zhuo Chuanqiu leave. His eyes were extremely calm. The Nether King stepped into the Zhuo family. His speed was so fast that even the countless experts in the Zhuo family did not notice him. Soon, the Nether King arrived at a secret room in the Zhuo family. This was the secret room where the yin-yang restoration lotus was kept. The Nether King entered and looked at the lotus pond in the middle. The 15 lotuses had all withered. The Nether King sneered and said, "You don't know how to use such a treasure. What a pity." As he spoke, the Nether King stepped into the lotus pond. As soon as he entered the lotus pond, the black and white water in the lotus pond appeared again. The Nether King closed his eyes and sat cross-legged as if he was absorbing the energy in the lotus pond. The black and white water slowly revolved around the Nether King, as if a surge of energy was entering the Nether King's body. Netherworld. Great Qin City. How is Desolation Hua doing? Zombie Yang Chuan asked. Sage King, Desolation Hua is still unconscious. Perhaps the memories from his previous life were too much for him. I have already sent him to the residence and sent soldiers to guard him to prevent anyone from disturbing his seclusion, Bai Qi said. Millimeter. Zombie Yang Chuan nodded. At this moment, Liu Gang quickly arrived. Sage King, there is news from the Zhuo family. Liu Gang immediately said. Oh. Zombie Yang Chuan looked at Liu Gang. According to the guard's life plate, Sage Wu Tian arrived at the Zhuo family not long ago. Then, something strange happened. Liu Gang frowned. Wu Tian. Zombie Yang Chuan narrowed his eyes. Yes. When he came out, there were 10 Wu Tian and 7 Zhuo Chuanqiu. Moreover, the direction they were heading towards might be our great Zhen. Liu Gang frowned. 10 Wu Tian? 7 Zhuo Chuanqiu? Bai Qi was puzzled. Yes, that was the news. Liu Gang nodded. Looks like it's another treasure of the Lotus God. Zhuo Chuanqiu knows how powerful I am, yet he still dares to come. Clearly, he has something important to rely on this time. Bai Qi, go and tell them to prepare for war. Zombie Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. Bai Qi replied. At the same time, in the Yang realm, above a vast ocean, Yang Chuan's 5 dragon carriage was flying at high speed. In the dragon carriage, Yang Chuan in his human form was in seclusion. Yang Chuan in his human form stepped out of the dragon carriage. Stop. Yang Chuan in his human form said in a deep voice. Roar. The 5 dragons stopped in their tracks. Yang Chuan stretched out his hand and sent the 5 dragons back to the Yang realm. Since Wu Tian came, he definitely had something to rely on. He had to return to Xianyang as soon as possible. Even though the dragon carriage was fast, it was far inferior to him. He still remembered the calamity that happened to Xianyang last time. This time, he could not let anything happen. Swish. Yang Chuan in his human form quickly shot towards Xianyang. The 7 Zhuo Chuanqiu rushed towards the great Qin city at an extremely fast speed. The 7 Zhuochuanqiu all had ferocious expressions on their faces. Soon, they arrived at the Great Qin City. Boom! A gust of wind blew through the Great Qin City. The 7 Zhuochuanqiu stopped at the south of the Great Qin City. Their auras soared into the sky, and their baleful auras were oppressive. Yang Chuan, come out! The leader of the original bodies shouted. However, after shouting, Zhuochuanqiu's expression froze. This was because in front of the central palace, zombie Yang Chuan led the ministers and generals. It was as if he knew that Zhuochuanqiu was coming and had been waiting for him. Zhuochuanqiu? Zombie Yang Chuan stared at the 7 Zhuochuanqiu and narrowed his eyes. At first, zombie Yang Chuan thought that the other 6 Zhuochuanqiu were just puppets. However, from the looks of it, that was not the case. These Zhuochuanqiu were actually one with the heavens and earth. Saints. They were all saints. Holy King, something's not right. They all seem to have holy positions, Gui Guzi said in a low voice. Shouldn't the holy positions be fixed? How come there are so many of them? Yin Hentian said seriously. Zhuochuanqiu, are you trying to offend Great Shen? Zombie Yang Chuan said in a low voice. Ha 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 ha, Yang Chuan, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Let's see how you're going to break it today. Zhuochuanqiu laughed loudly. Heavenly Dao. Heavenly Dao. The 7 Zhuochuanqiu shouted at almost the same time. Boom. 3,000 heavenly Dao appeared behind each of them. Dark clouds roiled in the sky as 7 vast auras gushed out and pressed down on the Great Qin City. Gui Guzi waved his hand, and the Great Qin City's formations quickly spread out to resist the pressure of the 7 saints. In the distance, at the Yellow Springs Road, a guard flew over in a panic. Holy King, 10 saints have appeared in the Yang realm and are heading towards Xianyang City, the guard roared as he flew over. Ha 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 ha. Wu Tian is here too. Zhuochuanqiu laughed loudly. Yang realm, Xianyang City. A grand formation was set up outside Xianyang City. A large number of Great Shen's officials, led by Lu Buwei, stood at the entrance of the Skyward Palace. Boom. Boom. Heaven and earth shook as 10 saints stood in 10 different directions, each with 3,000 heavenly Dao behind them. The surging aura rushed towards Xianyang City above the primordial dragon vein. Xianyang City's formations trembled under the impact of the vast aura. Lu Buwei looked at a saint in the south. Wu Tian, do you know where this is? Lu Buwei asked in a low voice. Where is this? Ha 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 ha, it's going to be razed to the ground soon. You're Lu Buwei? Don't worry, I won't leave your corpse intact. Wu Tian laughed. Mph, Great Shen is an important place. How dare you act so presumptuously? I advise you to leave quickly. Otherwise, when the Holy King returns, none of you will be able to leave. Lu Buwei said coldly. Is that so? Do you know that I raised Xianyang City to wait for Yang Chuan to return? Why? Did something happen in the Yang realm? Why aren't the Great Shen's generals here? With just you bunch of women and children? Wu Tian laughed loudly. Lu Buwei's eyes flashed coldly. Then, Lu Buwei looked not far away and said, Explosive Beast King, I'll have to trouble you today. Hey! Wu Tian was slightly taken aback. This group of people actually did not beg for mercy from him. Explosive Beast King? Then, he saw a group of disgusting monsters crawling out of a valley not far away. There were 11 of them, and the leader had a crown-like horn on his head. The Beast King narrowed his eyes and looked at the saints. 10 saints? That's quite troublesome. Beast King is too humble. It's just 10 saints. When the Holy King returns, it will be their time of death. Lu Buwei laughed. Don't worry. Since I promised Yang Chuan, I will fulfill my promise. Saints. They're just saints. The Explosive Beast King said. Following that, the 11 explosive beasts slowly flew up into the air and stared at the group of Wu Tian with their disgusting eyes. Chapter 1352. In the Netherworld, the 7 Zhuochuanqiu looked coldly at Yang Chuan's group in front of the central palace. Yin Hentian, you won't be able to escape today, Zhuochuanqiu sneered. Zombie Yang Chuan said, Zhuochuanqiu, I'm curious. You want to kill your own people from the dual pupil clan to increase your strength. Then, if everyone in your Zhuo family is dead, will your strength increase? Chen Ph, who said that the rest of the Zhuo family also have the bloodline of the dual pupil clan? Zhuochuanqiu said coldly. Oh. Zombie Yang Chuan was slightly stunned. The rest of the Zhuo family were adopted by me. So, I'm the only one with the dual pupil clan, Zhuochuanqiu said coldly. As he spoke, he looked at the square and said, let's not talk nonsense. Yang Chuan, you and Yin Hentian, prepare to die. Zombie Yang Chuan sneered and said, we don't know who will die yet. Sage. Back in Skypass territory, I saw your strength. After using the power of heaven and earth, you were only at the peak of the 11th level of the ancestral immortal realm. Compared to the 12th level, you're still slightly weaker. So what? I have 7. Soon, 10 more will come from the Yang realm, Zhuochuanqiu said coldly. Have you forgotten? Nether Sea's Gui Rulai was only at the 11th level of the ancestral immortal realm back then. Yang Chuan said coldly. We're both at the 11th level. How can he compare to me? Zhuochuanqiu said coldly. Gui Rulai had just entered the 11th level of the ancestral immortal realm, but Zhuochuanqiu had already reached the peak of the 11th level by using the power of heaven and earth. He was only slightly weaker than the 12th level. Yes, he's inferior to you. However, this is not the Nether Sea. This is Diezhen, my home ground. People of Diezhen, I need your strength. Raise your right hand and lend me your strength, Yang Chuan shouted. Above the Sea of Providence, Yang Chuan's statue suddenly turned into an 18-clawed golden dragon of providence. Roar. The golden dragon of destiny let out a heaven-shaking roar, and Yang Chuan's voice quickly spread to the 14 territories of the Netherworld. The current Diezhen was no longer the same as before. Even though there were still countless people who were unwilling, more than half of them were satisfied. The Holy King's voice. Do you need to borrow strength? Raise your right hand. Who is the Sage King going to fight? Could it be a saint? Amidst countless curious voices, countless cultivators raised their right hands, and their strength was instantly drained. Following this, boundless golden energy rushed towards the great Qin city from all directions. Roar. The golden dragon of 18 claws of destiny let out a long roar as it charged towards Zombie Yang Chuan with boundless power. Zombie Yang Chuan opened his arms. Boom. A pair of gigantic dragon bone wings appeared, and 2 blood-red fangs appeared in its mouth. It instantly merged with the 18 claws golden dragon of providence. Boom. The entire sky above the great Qin city trembled as a storm swept out in all directions from Zombie Yang Chuan. The power of the world. Zhuochuanqiu said coldly. The 7 Zhuochuanqiu looked at him with disdain. So what if he mobilized the power of the world? Destroy. One of the Zhuochuanqiu slammed his palm towards Zombie Yang Chuan. The palm that carried the power of the world shattered the void into countless fragments. Roar. Zombie Yang Chuan instantly charged towards Zhuochuanqiu. Boom. His powerful physical body collided with Zhuochuanqiu's huge palm, and the huge palm trembled violently before dispersing. 7th Firmament Ancestral Immortal. He mobilized the power of the world, and his strength reached such a level. Zhuochuanqiu's eyes turned cold. Zombie Yang Chuan flapped his wings, and his body became like a stream of light as he charged into the group of Zhuochuanqiu. Staring at one of Zhuochuanqiu, Zombie Yang Chuan brazenly struck out with his palm. A pitch-black evil aura brazenly collided with the palm of another Zhuochuanqiu. Boom. The 2 palms collided, and Zhuochuanqiu's figure suddenly retreated. What great strength! Zhuochuanqiu exclaimed in surprise. Although Zombie Yang Chuan was strong enough to be on par with him, Yang Chuan's foundation was still too weak. He was only at the 7th firmament, and could only suppress one Zhuochuanqiu at most. However, there were more than one here, and there were 7 of them. Attack together, Zhuochuanqiu shouted. All right. Boom. The group of Zhuochuanqiu attacked Zombie Yang Chuan together. At this moment, the divine statues above the Sea of Providence transformed into golden dragons and rushed down to where the great Shen courtiers were. Boom. The The first to arrive was Bai Qi. Enveloped by providence, Bai Qi stepped out and charged into the battlefield. Golden body of slaughter, Bai Qi shouted. Boom! A golden giant suddenly surrounded Bai Qi, and he merged with it. The giant saber in his hand brazenly slashed at a sage not far away. Bai Qi's ferocious saber tore through the void and instantly appeared behind a sage. The sage was besieging Yang Chuan when he was suddenly attacked from behind. All the hair on his body stood on end. He turned his head and blocked with his sword. Boom! The saber and sword collided, and a large area of shattered space suddenly appeared. Bai Qi returned without success, but the sage opposite him could not suppress Bai Qi either. What? Impossible! Bai Qi, your strength. How did it increase so much? Zhuo Chuanqiu exclaimed. He remembered that when he fought against Ghost Tathagata, Bai Qi's strength was barely enough to fight against a 10th firmament Tathagata. But now, Bai Qi's strength had reached the level of an 11th firmament Tathagata. How could this be? Golden body of slaughter, Wang Jian and Meng Tian shouted. A giant also appeared around the two of them. Just like Bai Qi, it was slightly weaker than Bai Qi's golden body of slaughter. Meng Yi, Jin Dayu, and King Gaitu also merged with the heavenly Tao. A ferocious aura surged out. The peerless generals of Great Shun brazenly surrounded one of the sages. How long has it been since you guys got your strength? How did you improve so much? The sage exclaimed. We, the generals of Great Shun, have surrounded and killed a single sage. You should be satisfied, Bai Qi said coldly. In the past, Hong Jun had set up the Spacetime Colosseum in Tongtian territory. 100 years was enough for the generals of Great Shun to improve. Boom! The group of fierce generals charged toward the sage. The sudden appearance of the fierce generals of Great Shun caused the expressions of the Zhuo Chuanqiu to change. You overestimate yourselves. Suddenly, another sage turned around, wanting to kill Bai Qi and the others. Suddenly, a loud shout came from a valley not far away. Heavenly meridian of arms, heaven splitter. Boom! A vast heavenly Tao shot up into the sky. Heavenly meridian of arms. Under heaven splitter, the heavenly meridian of arms seemed to split into two. One continued to shoot up into the sky, while the other slashed down vertically toward the sage. The sudden threat caused the sage's expression to change. In a hurry, the sage quickly blocked with his sword. Boom! The heavenly meridian of arms attack collided with the sword, causing the void to tremble again. The sage took a step back and looked at the valley not far away in surprise. In the valley, a black-robed man looked coldly at the sage and said, "Your opponent is us." The black-robed man was the pavilion master of Great Shen's heaven-mending pavilion, Dugu Wudi. Behind Dugu Wudi was a group of sword cultivators. As they stepped forward, they charged toward the sage. Boom! In an instant, the sage was forced to leave the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, two of the sages besieging Yang Chuan were killed. Zhuo Chuanqiu's expression turned ugly. Don't worry about them. The others surround Yang Chuan. You go and kill Yin Hentian, Zhuo Chuanqiu shouted. Okay. Whoosh. One of the sages stepped forward and flew toward the central palace. Yin Hentian frowned. It was Gigu Zi who stepped forward. In the 14 territories of Great Shun, the dragon veins of the world are mine to use. Gigu Zi waved his hand. Roar. Suddenly, a loud dragon roar came from the ground. A golden dragon broke out of the ground and rushed toward the sage. Boom! The golden dragon and the saint collided once again, causing the entire Great Qin city to tremble. Gigu Zi stepped forward and landed on the golden dragon's head. Your opponent is now me, Gigu Zi sneered. Roar! The golden dragon roared and charged toward the sage. Boom! 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 After 3 consecutive collisions, the sage was knocked away. Roar! With a swing of his tail, Gigu Zi forced the sage away from the Great Qin city. The golden dragon swam close to the ground. Countless feng shui masters in Great Shun quickly channeled dragon qi into the golden dragon so that Gigu Zi could use it to defend against the enemy. In the blink of an eye, the 3 sages were blocked by the people of Great Shun. In the distance, Zhuo Chuanqiu's expression was ugly. Go, another one. Kill Yin Hentian first. Once he's dead, my strength will immediately skyrocket. Zhuo Chuanqiu shouted. Yes. Another sage charged toward the great Qin city. Miao. Heavenly Dao. Miao shouted, and 3,000 heavenly Dao appeared behind her. Miao, don't be stubborn. Do as your husband says. Zizi immediately said. Miao. Miao nodded reluctantly. At this moment, another group of people appeared in Great Shun. They occupied 12 positions. Bai Ditian, Ao Dong, Ma Wang, Gongyang Benlei, Jihu, Dog God, and 18 ancestral immortals released their auras. Among them, Bai Ditian and the other sovereigns of Great Shun were surrounded by boundless killing intent. The other 18 ancestral immortals formed 12 groups of 3. Great Heaven Divine Wraith Formation. Miao shouted. Boom. The group of experts charged towards the sage who was flying over. Boom. In an instant, they formed a huge formation that looked like a black whirlwind. It surged violently into the sky. In the sky, dark clouds rolled, and killing intent surged, even shattering the void above. A soul-shaking force pressed down in all directions. Mo Yushi, Zhao Afang, and Miao stepped in. Miao, let me use the endless light of misfortune. Zhao Afang shouted. Miao, no problem. Miao shouted. Reincarnation's tale. Mo Yushi shouted from within the formation. Boom. Countless cracks suddenly appeared in the ground below the formation. What kind of formation is this? Zhuo Chuanqiu cried out in shock. The sage inside was naturally even more shocked. He could tell that the formation wasn't complete. Or rather, it wasn't at primordial chaos. However, such a formation gave him boundless pressure. It felt like the world was about to shatter. On the other side, Yang Chuan's opponents were reduced to 3 Zhuo Chuanqiu in the blink of an eye. The pressure was instantly reduced. Chapter 1353. Dugu Wudi, Bai Qi, Gui Guzi, and the other sovereigns each led a team to block a saint. The pressure on Zombie Yang Chuan was greatly reduced. Heh. Zombie Yang Chuan coldly laughed. Zombie Yang Chuan charged towards a saint. Roar. Zombie Yang Chuan's claws clawed at a saint's chest. The saint quickly twisted his body and dodged, but even though the claws brushed past the saint, Zombie Yang Chuan still managed to slice off a piece of flesh. Bastard, the saint roared. The other 2 Zhuo Chuanqiu slammed into Yang Chuan's body, but Yang Chuan didn't dodge at all. Instead, he used his powerful body to collide with them. Boom. In the void, Yang Chuan stared at a sage and continued to attack. Quick, stop him, the saint who was being stared at said anxiously. Dual pupils heavenly realm. One of the Zhuo Chuanqiu's pupils suddenly spun. Whoosh. Zombie Yang Chuan disappeared. Bang. In an instant, Zombie Yang Chuan shattered the void and appeared once again. What? The 3 sovereigns' expressions changed. It's useless, Zhuo Chuanqiu. Today, you're the one who delivered yourself to me. The Great Shun Celestial Court has been here for a long time, and it's about to become the Heavenly Court. You're the best stepping stone for Great Shun, Zombie Yang Chuan said coldly. Boom. Zombie Yang Chuan once again charged towards the injured saint. Zhuo Chuanqiu didn't dare to send people to the Great Qin city anymore. After all, no one knew if there was anyone in the Great Qin city who could stop a saint. Moreover, even with the 3 of them attacking together, Zombie Yang Chuan was still able to injure a saint. If another saint escaped, wouldn't that saint be killed in an instant? Bastard, Wu Tian, why haven't you come down yet? Zhuo Chuanqiu's main body gloomily yelled. Yang Realm Xianyang City. Outside Xianyang City, 10 saints surrounded Xianyang City. Under Shu Fu's control, the primordial dragon vein emitted boundless golden light that protected Xianyang City. The explosive beast king led 10 explosive beasts into the sky and faced off against Wu Tian. Explosive beast. Chimph, you think you can stop me? Just be my pet. One of the Wu Tian extended his hand and grabbed an explosive beast. His palm contained the power of heaven and earth, and a massive astral palm grabbed towards one of the explosive beasts. Who? He grabbed the explosive beast with his palm. Self-destruct. Boom. Under the self-explosion, the saint's palm energy exploded with a loud bang. In a huge black hole, a group of minced flesh quickly gathered and returned to normal in the blink of an eye. Interesting. Wu Tian laughed. Roar. The exploding beast roared furiously. He rushed towards the saint. Great sealing technique. Wu Tian shouted. His hands quickly formed seals, and countless void formations appeared around the exploding beast. In the blink of an eye, the exploding beast was trapped inside. Self-destruct. Boom. The self-detonation was still incomparably sharp, and it blasted apart Wu Tian's great sealing technique. It even blasted apart a large portion of Wu Tian's clothes. Bastard, you dare! Wu Tian roared. However, the exploding beast that had just self-destructed recovered in the blink of an eye and self-destructed again. The exploding beast was no match for Wu Tian, but it was extremely troublesome because Wu Tian could not do anything to it. Alright, forget about the exploding beast. Destroy Xianyang first, then deal with these bastard. Wu Tian's main body shouted. Alright. All the Wu Tians replied. Here's the main body. Blow him up. The exploding beast king ordered. Roar. The group of exploding beasts replied. Following that, the group of exploding beasts charged towards Wu Tian's main body. Wu Tian. One exploding beast was no threat to Wu Tian, but 10 exploding beasts in a swarm was a different story. Explode. Boom tilde. 10 exploding beasts exploded at the same time, and the entire area around Xianyang shook. The saints who were charging towards Xianyang stopped in their tracks. They turned to look. They saw the exploding beasts recovering quickly, while Wu Tian was in a sorry state. He jumped out of the battlefield with disheveled hair. Bastard! Wu Tian shouted in grief and anger. The 9 saints looked at each other, but they still attacked Xianyang first. Destroy! The 9 sages roared. With that, the 9 saints struck their palms at Xianyang at the same time. Origin Dragon Vein, protect Xianyang, Shu Fu shouted. Roar. The giant dragon head let out a deafening roar, and the entire Zhenlong territory shook. The dragon vein energy quickly gathered around him. It formed a dragon-shaped shield that protected the entire Xianyang city. Boom. The gigantic palms of the 9 sages slammed down and collided with the barrier. As the void trembled, the protective barrier also trembled. However, the saints' attacks did not manage to break through Xianyang's defense. What? The saints were shocked. As the saints failed to break through the shield, the exploding beast king finally attacked. The exploding beasts could not catch up to Wu Tian's main body, but the exploding beast king could. It instantly appeared beside Wu Tian. What? Wu Tian's main body exclaimed. Self-destruct. The exploding beast king shouted. Boom tilde. The exploding beast king's explosion caused the weather to change. Under the huge impact, countless mountains outside Xianyang were flattened. Wu Tian's main body was the first to bear the brunt, and he was even more severely injured than before. Wu Tian held his right arm that was covered in blood and quickly dodged. It was not that Wu Tian did not want to fight back, but what was the use of fighting back? The exploding beast king could self-destruct easily. What else could he use to threaten it? As Wu Tian dodged the exploding beast king, the 10 exploding beasts surrounded him again. Self-destruct. Heavenly Tao, protect me. Boom. Wu Tian once again enjoyed the baptism of the explosion. On the other side, the 9 saints could not break through Xianyang's defense. The 9 saints were still waiting to attack. Don't attack anymore. Take care of the exploding beasts first. Wu Tian shouted. His speed was not as fast as the exploding beast king. If this continued, he could only continue to be suppressed. So what if the 9 saints broke through Xianyang's defense? He would be killed by the explosion. Alright. The 9 saints quickly surrounded the exploding beasts. Boom. 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 Under a series of explosions, the group of saints could not do anything. Wu Tian had once thought of scattering the fragments of the exploding beast's explosion, or even throwing them far away. But these explosive beasts were too strange. Every fragment of the explosion could automatically condense into a small explosive beast. It was as if one explosive beast had exploded into 100,000 small explosive beasts. Even if you couldn't kill them, they could quickly fly back and fuse together no matter how far they were thrown. What a disgusting thing, Wu Tian shouted gloomily. Too difficult to deal with. Especially that exploding beast king. Its speed was even faster than him. Boom. The group of Wu Tian and the exploding beasts were in a chaotic battle. In Xianyang, Lu Buwei looked at the scene with satisfaction. Exploding beasts, if used on the battlefield, it would be successful. Lu Buwei exclaimed. What a pity. Meng Wenruo shook her head. Yeah. If only Diasian could use them. What a pity. When Sage King formed an alliance with the exploding beasts, it only allowed the exploding beasts to help me once. What a pity. Lu Buwei sighed. Millimeter. Meng Wenruo nodded. She turned to look at a guard at the side. How's the progress in the underworld? Meng Wenruo asked. Reporting to Lords, everything is developing as Sage King predicted. All 7 Zhuochuanqiu are pinned down, that guard said solemnly. That's good. Everyone nodded. Inform the various city lords to prevent any disturbances during this period of time and strengthen the management of the various cities. Lu Buwei said. Yes. That guard replied. In the Huanbei continent, the human Yang Chuan was still flying towards Xianyang at an extremely fast speed. Outside the Great Qin city in the underworld, zombie Yang Chuan was fighting against 3 Zhuochuanqiu. This battle lasted for a day. In a day, Zhuochuanqiu could not do anything to zombie Yang Chuan. You are only at the 7th level of ancestral immortal. How is this possible? Zhuochuanqiu shouted gloomily. Roar. Zombie Yang Chuan slashed at the back of 2 Zhuochuanqiu and rushed towards the most injured Zhuochuanqiu. Slash. Slash. 2 divine swords slashed through the void and landed on Yang Chuan's back. Clang. Clang. Only 2 cuts were made on his clothes. When the divine swords slashed down, zombie Yang Chuan's body only moved forward. His body was not cut. Such a strong body? How is this possible? Zhuochuanqiu roared in shock. However, on the other side, Yang Chuan risked being slashed twice and instantly appeared in front of the injured sage. His claws stabbed into the sage's chest. What? No. The sage cried out in shock. Roar. Zombie Yang Chuan roared excitedly. He did not care about the sage's cries and opened his mouth to swallow the sage. Boom. A sage was swallowed into zombie Yang Chuan's stomach. The battle came to an abrupt end. The 2 Zhuochuanqiu looked at Yang Chuan in confusion, especially Zhuochuanqiu's main body. 3 sages could not deal with him. What about now? There were only 2 left. Whoosh. Zombie Yang Chuan turned his head to look at him. Zhuochuanqiu's main body's expression turned ugly. No, Yang Chuan, you can't be so lucky every time. It's impossible. Zhuochuanqiu's main body said anxiously. As he spoke, he took out a green lotus. A 12th grade green lotus. Lotus god, I need power. Zhuochuanqiu said anxiously. Buzz. The 12th grade green lotus suddenly emitted millions of green light rays. Above the green lotus, sword chi gushed out and rushed towards zombie Yang Chuan. Clang. 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 A series of collisions, but zombie Yang Chuan's body was too strong. The sword chi could not hurt Yang Chuan at all. Zhuochuanqiu, don't block it. A voice came from the green lotus. Then, the green lotus flew over Zhuochuanqiu's head. Zhuochuanqiu instinctively wanted to dodge, but he restrained himself. The green lotus flew over Zhuochuanqiu's head. Countless small vines suddenly emerged from the bottom of the lotus and quickly pierced Zhuochuanqiu's head. Chapter 1354. The green lotus took root and pierced into Zhuochuanqiu's head. Whoosh. In an instant, green energy surged towards Zhuochuanqiu. The void around Zhuochuanqiu trembled violently. Waves of energy made Zhuochuanqiu feel unprecedentedly powerful. Roar. Zhuochuanqiu roared loudly. His loud roar stirred up gusts of wind. Zhuochuanqiu? Yang Chuan's face darkened. He didn't stop Zhuochuanqiu. Instead, he charged toward the other sage. The sage's expression changed, and he wanted to dodge. Stop! Zhuochuanqiu shouted, wanting to stop Yang Chuan. However, Yang Chuan naturally understood the urgency of the moment. He pounced on the sage without hesitation. Bastard! The sage and Zhuochuanqiu attacked Yang Chuan one after another. Zhuochuanqiu, who was behind him, had increased his strength by 8 to 9 times. Yang Chuan quickly blocked the 4 sky-burying coffins behind him. Boom! Zhuochuanqiu slapped the sky-burying coffins away. The remaining strength was reduced by 30%, but it still fiercely slapped Yang Chuan's back. The sage's palm also landed on Yang Chuan's chest. Boom! Countless stars exploded on Yang Chuan's back. In the end, he used the universe in his palm to block 30% of the power. The last 40% of the power slapped Yang Chuan's back. Yang Chuan trembled violently. Yang Chuan was unharmed. He grabbed the sage with his claws. Roar! Without hesitation, Yang Chuan began to devour again. Let him go! Zhuochuanqiu's expression changed. However, Yang Chuan's suction force was too strong. In an instant, the sage was sucked into his stomach. Then, Yang Chuan soared into the sky and into the starry sky. Whoosh! The green lotus above Zhuochuanqiu's head instantly reached the starry sky. This sage is actually all creation essence. It's a waste to refine it into your clone, Yang Chuan sneered. Waste? Why are you eating it? Zhuochuanqiu said gloomily. Yang Chuan looked at the green lotus above Zhuochuanqiu's head. Lotus goddess, how many times has this happened? Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. Yang Chuan, your growth is really fast. Lotus god's voice came from the green lotus. Lotus? You know Yang Chuan? Zhuochuanqiu frowned in surprise. Yang Chuan stared at green lotus and said, instilling energy again? How many times has it been done? Isn't it troublesome? So what if he was infused with power? Zhuochuanqiu's current strength should only be at the 12th level of the ancestral immortal realm. What do you mean MPH? Yang Chuan, the 11th heavenly layer just now was enough to make you miserable. Now that I have the strength of the 12th heavenly layer, you will definitely die. Zhuochuanqiu said coldly. Goddess lotuses hus lotuses oh? Zhuochuanqiu was puzzled. You don't understand Yang Chuan. I've interacted with him more than once. His current attitude has already explained everything. He, Yang Chuan, still has a backup plan. A backup plan that can completely suppress you. Lotus Goddess said solemnly. What? Impossible. What backup plan does he have? With me mobilizing the power of heaven and earth and your help, my strength has already reached the 12th firmament. Yang Chuan is only at the 7th firmament. 7th firmament, Zhuochuanqiu said in disbelief. It's the 7th firmament, but I can still kill you at the 7th firmament. Lotus Goddess's voice sounded again. Following that, more and more green vines appeared on the green lotus and quickly wrapped around Zhuochuanqiu's head. Lotus Goddess, what are you doing? No, no. Zhuochuanqiu grabbed the green lotus above his head in horror. But it was too late when he reached the green lotus. Zhuochuanqiu's eyes suddenly turned dull. Following that, his eyes quickly merged, and his gaze instantly became incomparably sharp. Lotus Goddess. You took over Zhuochuanqiu's body again? Yang Chuan said coldly. That's right. Now it's you and me against each other again, Yang Chuan. Lotus Goddess smiled faintly. Yang Realm. Wu Tian faced the group of explosive beasts gloomily. The explosive power was not fatal, but it was too difficult to deal with. As long as one had the intention to avoid it, no sage would die from the explosion. However, the group of explosive beasts only targeted Wu Tian's body. The explosive beast king's speed was faster than Wu Tian's. For a time, there were continuous explosions and continuous battles. No one could do anything to the other. Just like that, the stalemate lasted for close to 2 days. Don't worry about me. 5 of you, go and flatten Xianyang first. Wu Tian shouted. The sages could only helplessly split up again. 4 sages were enough to block the group of explosive beasts. 5 sages went straight for Xianyang. Just as they were about to attack Xianyang, above the Sea of Providence, Yang Chuan's statue suddenly moved. Gradually, it turned into a huge 18-clawed golden dragon. What? The sages' expressions changed. Roar. The golden dragon of Providence let out a deafening roar. Under the roar, the people of Diazhen's 9 domains in the Yang realm all looked up at the sky. People of Diazhen, listen up. Diazhen's ascension is imminent. I need your strength. Raise your right hand and help me destroy the enemies. Help Diazhen ascend to the heavenly court. The 18-clawed golden dragon of Providence roared. Boom. The voice spread throughout the world. Countless people were shocked. The Sage King's voice. Ascend to the heavenly court. Countless people quickly raised their hands in surprise. Diazhen was one of the 9 domains in the Yang realm. Although there were not as many domains as the Netherworld, they had been operating for a longer time and were more recognized than the Netherworld. In an instant, more power gathered in the Sea of Providence than in the Netherworld. Boom. Countless rays of golden light crossed time and space and gathered toward the golden dragon of Providence. Yang Chuan is back. The sages' expressions darkened. They all looked to the west. Then, he saw a black dot coming from the west at an extremely fast speed. Boom. In just an instant, the black dot had already arrived in front of Xianyang. A gust of wind blew past, and all the sages paused. Yang Chuan? Wu Tian's face darkened. Wu Tian, I was just about to look for you, but you delivered yourself to me. Ha 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 ha. Yang Chuan laughed. Roar. The 18-clawed golden dragon of Providence charged toward Yang Chuan with endless power. Boom. Yang Chuan and the 18-clawed golden dragon of Providence instantly merged into one. Billowing power surged in the void. Yang Chuan, I've fulfilled my promise. The explosive Beast King shouted. Explosive Beast King, thank you very much. Yang Chuan laughed. Millimeter, do you still need my help? The explosive Beast King asked. No need. Help me look after Wu Tian. Don't let him run away. As for the others, I'm enough. Yang Chuan said solemnly. What a joke. Wu Tian's main body suddenly exclaimed. It was unknown whether he was comforting himself or mocking Yang Chuan. Did Yang Chuan mean that he wanted to fight the 9 sages alone? Was this a joke? Who do you think you are? Back then, Tongtian only dared to fight the 9 sages because he was at the 12th level of the ancestral immortal realm. What was Yang Chuan's cultivation level? 9th level of the ancestral immortal realm? However, Yang Chuan said it in such a dignified manner, which made Wu Tian worried. Do you think you're Tongtian? Wu Tian probed again. I'm not Tongtian, but this is my home ground. You're only at the bottom of the 9 sages, and they're even worse. Yang Chuan sneered. Blood sea. Boom. A sea of blood suddenly appeared around Xianyang. Above the sea of blood, Yang Chuan stepped on the huge waves with his blood-red hair. He threw 3 long swords into the air. Behind him, there was a huge tree that reached the heavens and the earth, soaring into the 9 heavens. At the peak of the giant tree, the stars in the sky revolved. The giant tree seemed to be able to extract the power of the stars in the sky. The rolling power was absorbed into the sea of blood, and the sea of blood expanded again. In an instant, it surrounded all the sages. Don't believe him, attack. Wu Tian's main body shouted from afar. All right. The 9 sages instantly rushed towards Yang Chuan. Grand Emperor, Jade Emperor, God. Yang Chuan shouted. Boom. The 3 swords instantly flew towards one of the sages and surrounded him from 3 different directions. Break. That sage struck with his palm. However, the formation formed by the 3 swords couldn't be broken with a single palm. Swish. However, Yang Chuan dashed straight ahead. That's all. Yang Chuan instantly appeared behind that sage. What? That sage's expression changed. However, Yang Chuan was also very fast. He quickly grabbed the sage's head with both hands. He twisted violently. Bam! That sage's head suddenly spun, and his body instantly went limp. What? The surrounding sages cried out in shock. Almost at the same time, they attacked the 3 emperor swords. Boom! The sea of blood wrapped around the 3 emperor swords. Even if 8 sages attacked at the same time, they couldn't break it. Yang Chuan reached out and placed that sage into the heaven burial coffin. In the sky, the explosive beast king looked at Yang Chuan blankly. That's it. Wu Tian, however, suddenly quivered. Quick, quick, destroy the sea of blood. Once it's destroyed, Yang Chuan won't be able to borrow any power. Yang Chuan is borrowing the power of the world, the power of divine arts, and the power of the stars. Quick, destroy the sea of blood. Wu Tian's main body cried out in shock. The 8 sages' expressions changed. Break. Almost at the same time, they attacked the sea of blood. Whoosh. Huge waves rose from the sea of blood, but it wasn't as easy to destroy as before. How is that possible? Wu Tian cried out in shock. He remembered that Gong Yangzi and Tian Jizi almost destroyed the sea of blood. Now, 8 sages couldn't break it. Why? Some things, once lost, will never come back. If you miss it, you will never have another chance. Yang Chuan said coldly. The 3 emperor swords quickly moved towards another sage. Great. Jade. Attack. Boom. Another saint was enveloped by it. The moment he entered the 3 emperor swords formation, it was Yang Chuan's world. No. It's useless even if you don't. You're just Wu Tian's clone. Break. Yang Chuan grabbed the imperial seal and smashed it on the sage's head. Another sage was instantly killed and sent into the heaven burial coffin. Yang Chuan and the 3 emperor swords charged towards the 3rd sage. High in the sky, Wu Tian was extremely confused. This can't be real. It can't be real. The explosive beast king also looked at Yang Chuan in shock. Clearly, it didn't expect Yang Chuan to be so perverted when he went all out. The most excited ones were the officials and commoners of Great Zhen. When they saw the 10 sages descending, many commoners were in despair. But now, they suddenly realized that the 10 sages were like little chicks in front of the Sage King. Long live the Sage King! Long live Great Zhen! Cheers came from Xianyang City. Chapter 1355. With 2 sages dead, the other sages were shocked. Above the blood sea, Yang Chuan's strength made Wu Tian panic. Why is this happening? Wu Tian, who was surrounded by the explosive beasts, was unable to accept the contrast. They were both 9th level ancestral immortals, so why was Yang Chuan so ferocious? He was a sage. Shiying. Another sage was trapped in the 3 emperors' sword formation. Great heavenly seal. Boom. The 3rd sage was quickly dealt with. Heavenly Dao. Heavenly Dao. The group of sages cried out in panic. Each of them produced a huge light wheel that charged towards Yang Chuan. Heh. Yang Chuan sneered and immediately went forward. Bang! Yang Chuan exploded into a pool of blood. On the other side, another Yang Chuan emerged from the blood sea. It's useless. Wu Tian, there's no need for you to live anymore. Even if I don't kill you today, you will be killed by other experts in the future. Yang Chuan sneered. Boom! Yang Chuan charged towards another sage. No. Quick, since we can't destroy the blood sea, then destroy the world tree. Destroy the tree. A sage suddenly shouted. Immediately, the group of sages rushed towards the world tree. Each of them mobilized the power of heaven and earth. Each of them hit the world tree with their huge light wheels. Hum. The world tree suddenly disappeared, and the group of sages' attacks collided. Boom. After the void exploded, the world tree appeared far away from the blood sea. This is my blood sea, and the world tree is my great Tao. It will be wherever I want it to be, Yang Chuan said coldly. Boom. Another sage was hit on the head by Yang Chuan's imperial seal. In the distance, Wu Tian's main body felt cold all over. Before coming, how could he have imagined that Yang Chuan would be so strong? Yang Chuan, you lied to me. When we fought in the past, you always showed weakness. You actually always showed weakness. Wu Tian's main body cried out in shock. Yang Chuan flicked his bloody hair, turned his head and said coldly, "Show weakness. Do I need to show weakness to you? It's just that you're not worthy of me using all my strength to kill you." Boom. The 3 emperor swords instantly covered another sage. No. That saint screamed. If he was enveloped by the 3 emperor swords, he would be finished. Looking at the descending great heavenly seal, the saint stepped into the sea of blood. "Ha ha. You're digging your own grave," Yang Chuan said coldly as he stepped down. On the other side, the more Wu Tian watched, the more terrified he became. He took a step forward and fled into the distance. "You want to leave?" The Beast King sneered. Boom. The Beast King exploded and blocked Wu Tian's path. A group of explosive beasts quickly surrounded them. "Scram, beast," Wu Tian said anxiously. However, the exploding Beast King kept its promise and held Wu Tian back. There were fewer and fewer saints on the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, there were only 4 sages left. The 4 sages were anxious. Although the 4 of them were clones of Wu Tian, they understood that they only had 1 year to live. They had to strengthen their main bodies. Seeing Yang Chuan pouncing towards them, the 4 sages rushed towards their main bodies, wanting to help them escape. Screech. In an instant, another sage was surrounded by the crowd. However, this time, Yang Chuan did not pounce on him. Instead, he went straight for the 3 sages. "You want to save the main bodies? Haha, dream on." Yang Chuan laughed loudly. Whoosh. Yang Chuan instantly knocked one of the sages into the sea of blood, then pounced on the other 2 sages. "Where do you think you're going?" Stars fell. Boom. In the starry sky, hundreds of stars suddenly fell rapidly. They instantly blocked the 2 sages. Boom. Boom. Yang Chuan quickly closed in and knocked the 2 sages into the sea of blood. As soon as the 3 sages entered the sea of blood, they were suddenly surrounded by Yang Chuan's blood god's illusions. Close to 100,000 blood god's illusions surrounded the 3 sages. "Don't let them get close, Tian Dao," the sages said anxiously. However, Yang Chuan didn't care about them. Instead, he killed the sage of the 3 emperor swords. The 3 sages could not tell which one was Yang Chuan's main body and which one was the blood god's illusions. They were instantly anxious. The 3 emperor swords surrounded another sage. At this moment, the battle above the sea of blood had become one-sided. Ha 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 ha. Yang Chuan laughed wildly. 1 sage after another was killed. In the distance, Wu Tian's main body wanted to escape. However, the exploding Beast King's speed was too fast. There was no way he could escape. "Exploding beast, let me go. I, Wu Tian, will do you a huge favor." Wu Tian said Jiaohu. "I don't want to buy your favor," the exploding Beast King said calmly. Wu Tian ran and Jiaohu at the same time. However, the exploding Beast King was smelly and hard. Wu Tian was inexplicably angry. While he was inexplicably angry, the last sage in the sea of blood was hit in the head by the great heavenly seal. The words "blessed by the heavens, live forever" were left on his head. He fainted and was sent into the sky-burying coffin by Yang Chuan. Roar. Yang Chuan roared in satisfaction. The sea of blood suddenly churned violently. In the distance, Wu Tian's expression suddenly changed. Because at this moment, Yang Chuan appeared in front of him and pounced toward him. "Not good, Tian Dao." Wu Tian roared. The 3,000 Tian Dao phantoms gathered endless power again and used Wu Tian's hand to send out a 10,000 feet long astral palm. Yang Chuan's eyes turned cold. He reached out with his palm and met force with force. Boom. The 2 huge palms collided in the sky. "Wu Tian, you're too much of a failure as a sage. I didn't want to kill you to establish the heavenly court, but time waits for no one. Great Perfection's heavenly court is yours." Yang Chuan rushed over. "No." Wu Tian roared and sent out another palm strike. However, Yang Chuan was already in front of him. With a ferocious expression, his right fist landed on Wu Tian's right palm. Boom. Crack. The bones in Wu Tian's right shoulder were dislocated. They instantly pierced through his flesh, revealing half of the bone connected to his flesh. Ah! Wu Tian screamed in pain. My boundless power is not something you can block, Yang Chuan said coldly as he approached. He clawed at Wu Tian's chest. Wu Tian's eyes were filled with fear. He knew that he was going to die. His eyes flashed with determination. Yang Chuan, I'll take you down with me, Wu Tian said ruthlessly. Boom. A heaven and earth altar appeared beneath Wu Tian's feet. It was the Qi cultivation altar. A large number of cracks appeared on the heaven and earth altar. Great heavenly void arcana technique, Yang Chuan yelled. Instantly, the world tree transferred the stars to where Yang Chuan was. Countless stars revolved around him, forming waves of stellar energy that rushed towards Wu Tian. Ah! Wu Tian's expression changed. You want to self-destruct? In great perfection, you can only die if I want you dead, Yang Chuan said coldly. Boom. He stabbed his palm into Wu Tian's chest. When he pulled it out again, he was holding a 15-colored crystal. The moment the crystal appeared, the heaven and earth altar beneath Wu Tian's feet shook. A heaven and earth altar instantly appeared beneath Yang Chuan's feet. Boom. The birth plane heaven and earth altar landed on top of Wu Tian's habit plane heaven and earth altar. The two altars seemed to be fusing rapidly. No. Wu Tian roared in despair. Yang Chuan opened his mouth and swallowed the 15-colored crystal. Yang Chuan's body suddenly emitted a 15-colored light. As the light around Yang Chuan grew brighter and brighter, Wu Tian grew weaker and weaker. It was as if Wu Tian's life had come to an end as Yang Chuan refined him. Yang Chuan, I curse you to die a horrible death. Wu Tian let out a final cry and went completely silent. Boom. In the sky, there was a sudden loud noise. The sound reverberated through the heavens and earth. Blood rain poured down rapidly. A sage had fallen, and the heavens and earth mourned. Wu Tian's corpse turned into dust in midair and slowly disappeared. The 15-colored light around Yang Chuan grew brighter and brighter. The Providence cloud above Xianyang also shot out a 15-colored light. The light rushed into the heavens and earth, washing away the sorrow in the realm of blood rain. Beneath Yang Chuan's feet, the birth altar and Qi cultivation altar had completely fused into one. Yang Chuan shone with 15-colored light. An excited dragon roar came from his body as he stepped on a huge green heaven and earth altar. The heavens and earth mourn for me. The fall of a sage is for me. From now on, the Great Perfection Celestial Court will be promoted to the Great Perfection Celestial Court and enjoy the Qi cultivation heaven and earth karmic rank. Thousands of years, prosperity for all ages. Yang Chuan swung his long hair and roared at the sky. Boom. Yang Chuan's roar reverberated throughout the Yang realm. A violent aura surged into everyone's heart. An inexplicable joy made countless people feel as if their blood was boiling. Long live the Celestial Court! Long live the Celestial Court! Endless cheers came from the Yang realm and the 9 domains. In Xianyang, the people were cheering. Long live the Celestial Court! Long live the Great Perfection Celestial Court! In the Yang realm, Giguzi used the power of the Earth's dragon vein to fight a sage. However, the sage couldn't achieve anything even after several days of fighting. Bastard Wu Tian, why haven't you come down yet? In his anxiety, the clone of Zhuo Chuanqiu rushed to the Yellow Springs Road. Although he could enter the Yang realm without taking the Yellow Springs Road, he still had to cast a spell. Now that Giguzi was forcing him to do so, he couldn't cast a spell to go to the Yang realm. Therefore, he took the Yellow Springs Road. Where are you going? Giguzi chased after him. The sage was naturally faster. Bastard Wu Tian, don't you know how difficult it is to fight in the Yang realm? At least 2 out of 10 Wu Tians must come down. The sage anxiously passed through the Yellow Springs Road and entered the Yang realm. The moment he entered the Yang realm, he saw a sea of blood. At the same time, he saw Wu Tian's body turn into ashes. Yang Chuan's body was surrounded by a bloody mist. There were even more dazzling 15-colored lights as he stepped on the Qi cultivation heaven and earth altar. What? The sage looked at this scene blankly. For an instant, it was as if his brain had crashed. He stared in disbelief. It wasn't until cheers came from Xianyang City that he suddenly woke up. Long live the celestial court! Long live the great perfection celestial court! Hearing the cheers, the sage from the Yang realm said in shock, "The celestial court? Yang Chuan killed a sage and established the celestial court? The celestial court of great perfection, Yang Chuan?" You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.